electronic means under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and which is authorized under the Emergency Program Act, order number M192, and so we're all participating by phone. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, staff will help you get back on quickly, but we'll suspend the voting process in order for you to do this. And the contact information, of course, has been circulated to you. A video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also minded that we need to ensure that there is quorum, so please make sure your video is enabled. And if there's a doubt, I will have the clerks call a roll call just to make sure that we're abiding by the charter. Of course, we want to acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity toward all of us who live on their lands. And of course, we have fantastic staff here at the City of Vancouver, and just want to thank them for all the work that they do for our city. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, I don't have audio from you. I see you on WebEx.
Present.
Thank you.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kubi-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form is tweeted out on a regular basis. Council, the plan for today is we're going to go from now until noon, then we'll break at lunch between 12 and 1 for lunch, then in camera from 1 until 2:30. We'll return at 2:30 to deal with the remainder of the council agenda. Just a reminder that we finish at 5 because we have a public hearing that starts at 6 p.m. this evening. So we have 3 administrative motions. We have 5 communication memos. We have 18 bylaws, 3 members' motions, and notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters to get through today. So we are going in camera later this week, and the reasons are listed on the Vancouver Charter. They're listed in the agenda. Someone like to move a motion to go into camera?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. We have a seconder?
Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed say nay. Great. Okay, so that's passed. Moving on to minutes. Minutes 1 are the minutes of council meeting November 24th. Are there any corrections? And just a verbal indication is fine if you have corrections. I don't hear any, so move on to adoption.
Move to Hardwick.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Carr.
Teach number.
Thanks. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Great. Those are passed. We're on to our second and final minutes. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting following the City Finance and Services meeting on November 25th. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
Carr.
Move Hardwick.
I heard Councillor Carr first, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that's passed as well. Okay, Council, we're moving on the consent agenda now. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent, and I'll just ask you to put yourselves on the queue if you have, oh, rats, I forgot to load the queue up, but I'll do that as we're doing this. Just ask you to put yourself on the queue. If you want to hold any items, just 1 second, Council, I forgot to pull up my panel here. Okay, we have communications 1 to 5, report 2, and referral reports 1 to 4 on the consent agenda. for consideration. We're going to hold reports 1A to 1F for debate and questions to staff. We can adopt the the other recommendations and the remaining communications and reports collectively in a single motion. I have Councillor Swanson on the queue to hold
Number 3.
report number 3.
Yes. Standing committee chairs.
Okay. Oh, communication number 3. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova. You might be on mute. Oh, I see a yellow triangle for Councillor Dejanova.
I hear that Councillor DeGenova, it's a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor, would like to hold number 5. She is having technical difficulties.
That's communication number 5?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm going to hold that under your name, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thanks so
Yeah,
much.
I need to actually, I can't get on the list right now.
Okay, sure.
But
So
can I
point of
hold
privilege.
approval of council initiatives BIA?
Report number 2.
Well, I need to declare conflict of interest as a former president of the Mount Pleasant BIA.
Okay. I'm just going to ask clerks for advice on this one. I'm getting a note from the clerk that there's no need to hold this, Councillor Weeb. You just need to declare your conflict. And then your name will automatically, we note this for conflict but thanks. So we can still include this in the consent vote that you've indicated your conflict is that your vote would not be included for this item. It would be noted that you've declared a conflict.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that still is included in the package. Anybody else? I know we're folks. I don't
Mr.
see
Mayor,
anybody
point
else.
of privilege. Can you hear me
Go
now?
ahead. Yes, I can. Go.
Okay, I have my video off. My apologies until I get my Wi-Fi
Sure.
worked out here. Because I think I was disconnected. Do I understand that report number 5 has been held?
That's right.
Okay, so and that would be regarding the appointments, correct?
Yep, to regional bodies.
Okay. Thank you very much. Also, just wanted, Mr. Mayor, to myself, I understand now would be the right time to also state in relation to a matter of the budget to.
No, not time yet. I
all
will be
right.
calling. So the only on conflicts, and Councillor Weeb's just done that. If you have any conflict on the matters under consideration right now, which are to do with the communications reports, the regular reports, or the referral reports, other than the budget items, which are already held, 1A to F.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Okay, Council. So I think we're good to go with a vote then on the consent agenda. Someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations?
Move
So moved, Councillor Carr.
Right, and thank you very much. I heard Councillor Fry and then Councillor Carr, and this is these are recommend.
Point of privilege. It's Councillor Kirby Young. I just want to check my audio, see if you're hearing me.
I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, because I had moved that one first and a couple of times, but I was worried you weren't hearing me.
It's usually a cacophony there, so I try to pick out the voice I hear first. That's how I do it. But this is moved, but I can't hear you. Thanks for checking. So that's moved. And do we have a seconder? Sorry, I had Councillor Fry seconded by. I heard Councillor Carr second. So all those in favor say yay.
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 And opposed say nay. Okay, so that motion carries unanimously. Council, now I'm just going to read through, and perhaps the clerk's going to help me here. But I have the communication 1 has passed, which is the deputy mayor and roster of councillors to represent council. I have communication 2, which has passed, the appointment of council representatives to boards, statutory committees, and nonprofit societies. Communication 3 was held by Councillor Swanson. Communication 4 has passed, which is the appointment of council liaisons to advisory bodies. Number 5 was held by Councillor Hardwick and Councillor DeGenova. Okay, so then in terms of the reports, we have the report number 2 is passed, which is the BIA renewals and expansion, and Councillor Weeb had indicated a conflict, so that will be noted. Then we have the referral reports, which have passed, which is CD1 rezoning on West 42nd Avenue, CD1 rezoning on 810 Kingsway, CD1 rezoning on 5740 Canby Street, CD1 rezoning on 2268 East Broadway. And I think that is good. Okay, Council, so clerks, did I leave anything out there?
Mayor Stewart, that is the complete
Yes.
list. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, so Council, we're moving on to dealing with the communications and reports that have been held. So let's see. So the first one that's held is the communication number 3, Standing Committee and Chairs and Vice Chairs and Nominations Subcommittee. And Councillor Swanson held that item. So Councillor Swanson, I will put you on the queue here. So do you have questions to staff or the report for order, which I guess is me?
I just sent an amendment to switch the standing committee chair to Councillor Bly.
Okay, you'll have to move the motion first. The communication first. So
Move it first.
okay, then we have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, so I'm putting us on the main queue now for debate and discussion. Councillor Swanson, since you moved, you go first. Sorry,
Yeah,
Councillor Kerr. I'm going to just clear.
Point
So
of privilege.
yep, I'm just
Point of
moving.
privilege.
Councillor Swanson is first on the queue. There we go. Just one second here. I'm going to reorganize the queue here. Councillor Kirby-Young was next, followed by Councillor DeGenova. Okay. Councillor Swanson, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I just sent an amendment, which I hope we can get up on the screen there. Last week, Councillor Bly was doing a good job of chairing, and I think we should scatter these around to people that want them. I don't want them, but I think this would be a good idea to have a little change. And so I've sent in this amendment that the chair of the Standing Committee on Finances and Services be Councillor Bly.
Okay. Did you have anything else? I'm just waiting for my orange cone to come up here. Okay, do we have a seconder for this? Seconder for this motion, for this amendment?
Brian.
Okay, so now we're on amendment queue. So I've switched queues. If you wish to speak to this amendment, please put yourself on the amendment queue. We've got Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Hardwick. Okay, this has now it's up on the public screen. Okay. I'm just going to move to you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead. Up to 5.
Good morning. I wonder if I could ask a point of information to the mover through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. You mentioned that you thought that change in committees was good, and this is an unusual process for us to have changes on the floor to these appointments. I'm wondering if you thought change was good, why you're not proposing rotating the chairs for both standing committees?
Councillor Swanson.
I've only heard of one person who's interested in being a chair that isn't a chair
Point of
already.
information, is this a councillor that was petitioning for this role? Because I would think that there would be other councillors that would be interested. Or had you considered rotating both committees or rotating to vice chairs or asking other councillors if they were interested, for example?
Councillor
I
Swanson.
just heard of one, and so I responded.
Okay. I'll speak to it now. I finished the point of information.
Sure.
seems like highly unusual procedure to me, and perhaps not optimal procedure to single out one individual to change out a committee chair, as opposed to if there's a desire for renewal or refreshment of by council, to not rotate both committee chairs or have a discussion amongst council, or potentially to move vice chairs forward or to look at other alternatives. So I find that the process is unfortunate, and troubling to sort of do a surprise amendment like this on the floor of council, as opposed to looking at opportunities for, sort of additional rotation of responsibilities across council, which I think is a good principle, and would happily support that principle. But I don't see that reflected in this amendment, with just sort of targeting change of one chair and not changing the other, both chairs or vice chairs, or looking at an opportunity for council to fully weigh in versus a sort of on the fly amendment on the floor. So for that reason, I'm troubled by the process. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Yes, I'm similar to us, concerned about the process. We were asked, Mr. Mayor, by your office to weigh in on which committees and things that we wanted to be involved with. We were also told from the beginning that the positions that were chosen were going to be in the order of seniority in terms of numbers of votes, and the expectation was going to be that these would turn over the course of our term, which we're halfway through now. In viewing the report, there was very little change, and to change on the floor at this point, I think is regrettable. Things were not considered, for example, as Councillor Kirby-Young stated, moving the vice chairs into the chair roles and rotating them out. So I find the process objectionable. This is nothing personal, but rather I think it's just bad process, and if anything, we should reconsider bringing this forward at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information to the mover of the motion. And it's just to clarify, Councillor Swanson, you indicated that Councillor Bly was the only one that expressed interest to you in adopting this role. And I'm just unclear, was there a process where councillors, you were canvassing the councillors on behalf of the mayor's office with respect to the chair and vice chair positions? Because I don't recall being asked myself. Maybe you could elaborate on that.
That's a point of information, Councillor.
That is to the mover.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a process.
Okay, so there was no process. Okay. So likewise, I have concerns about this being brought forward this morning, and with late notification yesterday that this amendment was coming forward. And I think that it does speak to a lack of process. The mayor had indicated an interest in doing rotations, and my understanding is that this was typically the purview of the mayor's office, was appointing the standing committee chairs and vice chairs. And so I really wrestle with this. I think Councillor Bly would be an excellent chair. There's no question or doubt in my mind there. It is about the process and how this has come about at the last hour, and with very little notice and around any kind of process. So those are my concerns on this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5. Oh, you might be on mute. Councillor Dejanova?
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can. You're a little broken up. Perhaps you can turn your video off. That may help.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can. You're a little broken up, but
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can we have a recess while I log back on, Mr. Mayor? Because I would. Oh, okay. Is that better, Mr. Mayor? Does that?
Can you hear me? I guess that's the key.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I would ask for, could we have a very short recess for technical reasons? It's a little bit echoey. That's why. Yeah. So if I could please move for a recess for 5 minutes. I'm hoping it will be less, but to be able to re-log into the meeting, I suppose I need a seconder.
See, okay,
Second.
so how this works is that through the voting processes we pause, and during the regular course of regular debate, the only time we would recess is if my system goes down. However, in this case, because this does concern you, Councillor DeGenova, and your position as chair, then I'll take a 5-minute recess in order for you to log back on so you can fully participate in the debate. So why don't we do that?
Thank you,
We'll take
Mr.
5
Mayor.
minutes and come back at 9:55.
Great. Thank you.
Just trying to see if we have Councillor Dejanova on the queue.
Mayor, so we don't see her yet.
Okay. Well, Council, let's give it 5 more minutes and come back at 10. Okay, so we'll take a break until clock. Councillor Dejanova, I see you're on, but I don't see your video. Are you able to participate?
Mayor Stewart, she was on. I'm wondering she's having trouble with her internet. Councillor Genova, are you on the line again? Councillor Genova? Mayor Stewart, I think we lost her again. We'll try and contact her.
Okay, Council, we'll take another 5 minutes, come back at 10:05. minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, and please let me know if you lose me or if the connection gets spotty again.
Okay.
I was quite surprised. Actually, I didn't know about this. The mover of the motion did not contact me, or the mover of this amendment did not contact me. Appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that you put forward these recommendations as has been done in past and as has been the spirit of how things have moved forward. It's been dealt with usually by seniority and vote count, is my understanding. So that being said, I did receive a call actually last night, quite late in the evening, as I was just finalizing some notes for the budget from Councillor Bly. And Councillor Bly had said that someone else had asked her if she'd like to do this. And I had no idea about this. And I had said, Councillor Bly gave
Oh,
me my opinion on this, and I understood she was not. Am I cutting out again, Mr. Mayor?
you just had a little hiccup there, but
Okay.
I can hear you now.
All right. You can hear me clearly now, Mr. Mayor? I
Yep,
hope you'll indulge
I
me
can.
with the next moment
I'll let you know if it
if I
cuts out
need it,
again.
just because
Yep.
I can't see my. Right.
Oh, looks like you're frozen again. Yep. It's like Councillor Dejanova is frozen again, Council. So,
Thank you very much.
oh, I think can't hear you. Okay, Council. So it's 10:07. I think I'll give this another 5 minutes, just because again it directly concerns Councillor Dejanova in terms of the chairing positions. So I will call another recess until 10:12. After 10, Councillor Nova, I do hear you breaking up, so I would suggest you probably just disable your video, and that may allow a easier streaming. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to, if you'll indulge me, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to start again because of some of the technical difficulties. So just very briefly, I outlined that I found out about this late yesterday evening while I was finalizing some of my notes for the budget that is before us today that I was hoping that we would have most of the day to spend some time on. The mover of this amendment did not contact me about this, and I feel that there could have been a collaborative process going forward. I feel that it targets only me, as we're not talking about a rotation or a process of chairs. I do appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that you put forward these recommendations in the way you have, and that has been done in the past, and in the spirit of seniority and vote count. And when I received a call from Councillor Bly yesterday saying that someone had asked her to in fact do this, that she was approached about this, I had asked her if there was any particular reason she saw that could be improved upon, and she couldn't give me a reason. So for that reason, I'm quite concerned about the process, and I do feel that this is, this is, as other councillors, and I appreciate the comments that came before mine, have said, I feel that this is without consideration of the process and without consideration of others who may want to participate in the process. I'm completely open to opening that up, but then I think we should perhaps open up all of the nominations and all of the committees and appointments as well. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this amendment, and I'm really disappointed that, this council started as a collaborative place, and I don't feel that this was a collaborative process. And, I'm wondering if there is even room to consider my comments, Mr. Mayor, as I was told by Councillor Bly yesterday that there was a majority that was ready to do this. So what I'd like to say is that had the group that came together on this spent as much time talking to me collaboratively about what we could change moving forward as they half as much time as they did that, talking to me about how we could move forward together or consider a new process, I don't think we'd be in this situation. But that being said, they didn't choose to approach me on that, and for those reasons, I won't be supporting it. And I really do appreciate the words that came before of Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato. And I'd just like to state that. And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank you for your recommendations and, for bringing those forward again, because I do appreciate that. And I know that you could have made a change in your recommendation. So thank you for that.
Thanks so much. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sent in an amendment. to the report, if the clerk can bring it up on screen. And I think just given the dialogue we've heard today and an effort to move this forward expeditiously, because it is budget day today, I'm proposing that the council refer the standing committee nominations component of this communication report to the mayor for your consideration report back in January 2021. And the spirit of that amendment is very simply that I believe that in the integrity and the importance of process, we have an established process for these appointments. It was not indicated that there was any intent to change out the standing committee representatives, as the mayor very clearly stated his commitment to incumbency and vote count and how those determinations were made. And if we're going to entertain a different process, I think that it should be done clearly and transparently. And, I'm sure that even Councillor Bly, for example, who's being proposed for this post, who sits on the nominations committee along with other councillors, would appreciate the importance of process when nominations or appointments are being made. But we do have an established one. I feel that this compromises the process. And as I said, it hasn't considered alternatives. It doesn't take a refreshed approach. It hasn't engaged councillors to survey the level of interest. And I think we would be best suited to leave this to the mayor for review, given that it has been your purview on these appointments. So that is the amendment that I'm proposing on the floor.
Okay, thanks so much. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second,
I think I heard Councillor Dominato as a second. Okay, so I've got an amendment queue. If anybody wants to speak to this referral, please put yourself on the list. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. And I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Kirby-Young. I feel that this is a correct and fair process. And if Councillor Swanson wants to speak to all of the councillors and work with the mayor's office, who traditionally has had this as a responsibility, then I'm supportive of that. But I think doing it the day that we have a budget to deal with is not the appropriate timing. That being said, this is on the agenda, so it is the appropriate timing to be considering this. That being said, I heard very clearly through Councillor Kirby-Young's questions to Councillor Swanson that Councillor Swanson did not hold council and did not, in fact, contact me. As I'd mentioned, I contacted very late last night, as mentioning that the person who was moving the motion, who I'd assume being Councillor Swanson, had reached out to Councillor Bly and asked Councillor Bly if she wanted to do this and encouraged her to do it. That's what I was told. So I would really support polling all councillors, because I think that this also will affect possibly other appointments. If other councillors are moved in and some are moved out, that's fine. But then maybe there's opportunities on other appointments, advisory bodies, and nonprofit committees, as we're dealing with in recommendation number 5. And it's one of the things that I would also intend to move the same way as this, if this passes. But this is fair and transparent process, and it's not my wish to take this responsibility away from the mayor's office. If Councillor Swanson wants to do that, that's her prerogative. But for that reason, I very much support Councillor Kirby-Young's amendment, and I urge council to, in the process of being collaborative and doing what we said we do at our inaugural meeting, to support that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. Really briefly, I just wanted to say that I won't be supporting the referral. And while, of course, this is a difficult discussion to be having, I'm comfortable with the process, which has been that we're having it in the public realm, and that these are council recommendations that are up to council to decide. So I'm comfortable voting on it today and won't be supporting the referral.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote on the referral, and I'll just ask the clerks to trigger the vote queue. Okay, so we're now in the vote. I'll just ask people to vote. Councillor DeGenova, do you need a vote assist?
No, Mr. Mayor, I have my panel up. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, good stuff. Okay, council, those votes are in, and the referral motion has failed. with Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Weed, Swanson, Fry, and Carr in opposition. So we're going back now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, did you have anything else on Councillor Swanson's motion?
Yeah, I'll just simply say.
Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I'll just simply say quickly, I don't support it for the reasons stated. I think it compromises the integrity of the process, and I think that council needs to have standards around that. And I think it's quite clear that that's not what this process is affording, and I'm disappointed by that, but I will leave it there and I won't support it for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have 2 minutes left.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the recommendations that you had put forward and for your confidence in my abilities as chair. Without understanding the reasons and assuming that, I mean, I'm not speaking about any one person's motives, but considering there was no collaboration, no one had reached out to me before very late last night. The story continues to change as to whether or not someone wanted to do this or someone was asked to do this. I won't be supporting this. And I just really wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, Mr. Mayor. And also, you know, considering, you know, the many years I've been on council and the experience that I've had here on council over 2 terms now, I just wanted to state that I really appreciate the words and the leadership of Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Hardwick, and yourself, Mr. Mayor, for your recommendations and supporting me in the way you have in putting this forward. So for that reason, I won't be supporting this amendment, and I just wanted to state that for the record.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll ask the clerks to call up the voting queue. And Councillor Hardwick. Okay, so council, the clerks can call up that vote. We have that does pass with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, council, so we are done on that report that's held. We have the second report that was, sorry, that amendment is done. Councillor Swanson, is there anything else that you want to do on this?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else on this one?
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, anything else on this one? Councillor Dejanova?
Not at this time. That was a holdover, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, anything else on this one? Councillor Hardwick?
That's a holdover.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, anything else on this one?
Yes, I just wanted to speak briefly to the change in the nominations committee recommendations, just to say that this committee, as a 3-person team, functioned very well over 3 years. As I'm sure folks can imagine, it's a significant amount of behind-the-scenes work to appoint folks to these very important committees, and the committee has worked collaboratively and with a strong sense, supported by council through the new diversity policy, a strong and clear commitment to lifting up and including the voices of equity-seeking groups. And when one of us has needed to learn on an issue to get up to speed, we've worked together to make sure that happens. I understand that the desire is to have fair representation of political parties on the committee, and so we're adding 2 people to the committee, and I am sure we will figure out ways to work collaboratively as well, and just wanted to make sure that I recognized, knowing how much work Councillor Bly and Councillor Weed have put into this committee already, to recognize that has been the way that this committee has worked, and that our commitment will continue to be to equity and reconciliation, and making sure these committees represent the diversity of voices across the city, and particularly those who experience barriers to participation in other ways. And we'll do that, if this passes now, as a 5-person committee. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Point of privilege. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
I cannot get on the panel now. I was able to before, so I'll keep working on that. But if you could add me to the panel for this, I do have a point of information.
Okie doke. Go ahead. Up the. Yep. Go ahead.
The point of information is for you, Mr. Mayor, actually on Section 7 of the Code of Conduct. I'm wondering if, because it does state that advisory body members are held to a standard of not making comments that would negatively reflect on any one person. I'm just wondering what is the right process, Mr. Mayor, to deal with that?
I'm not
if
sure.
If someone has a concern, is it to send an email to council, or is it to?
Oh, if somebody has a concern about a member of a well, if under our code of conduct, if somebody has a concern about a councillor, they would send that to my office, and then we have a process with dealing with this. If somebody has a question about an advisory body, I believe they also send a letter to me, and then we have a separate route of investigation. I'd have to double check because I haven't undertaken one of those yet, but that's my understanding.
Okay, but I just wanted to check that does apply to advisory committees, that there is a process that they have to follow, or they would be in violation of the code of conduct. Is that correct?
Yes, but the only time an investigation is undertaken is if it's officially referred to me. Otherwise, I have no ability to, under the procedural bylaws, to independently initiate any kind of investigation.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm supportive of this. Just wanted to check the process.
Okay, so so I don't see anybody else in the queue, Council. So we'll have the final vote now on this this communication report. If I could get the clerks to call that up. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, Council, that's passed unanimously. Thank you so much. Okie doke. Clerks, if you can just remind me, we are now on to.
It would be Communication 5 that was held by Councillor Hardwick.
Right, Communication 5. So Councillor Hart, I'm just going to clear these queues. You just give me a second, Council. Okay, so sorry. Oops. There we go. Okay, so Councillor Hardwick, I'll put you on the queue as you held this one.
I actually held it on behalf of Councillor DeGenova, as she was unable to get on the line, so I'll defer to her.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova, do you have questions for staff? Or me, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, I do have questions for staff, and I've received a report back on the Vancouver Planning Commission. In my original research into the Vancouver Planning Commission, previously in the past term, 2 council members had sat on the Vancouver Planning Commission. Is it possible to add a second member to the Planning Commission?
That's not.
I know that we discussed this at the inaugural meeting. So. And
right, I'm going to have to. Let's see. Are there staff on the line to answer that question? City Manager, perhaps.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure that we have the staff that would know, unless the clerk recalls has the answer to that. If not, we're happy to get back to you.
Okay, I'm just looking for the. So, Councillor DeGenova, if Councillor DeGenova, you could restate your question.
Point of information.
We're just waiting for Councillor DeGenova first, and then you'd have to be on the queue for a point of information.
I
wait
am.
for Steph to come on the line, but Councillor Hardwick can go first. I'll take myself off, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
I just would like to clarify that the Planning Commission was not in comms number 5, which is what we're looking at right now, which is the appointment of council representatives to regional bodies. So I think we're conflating two reports here.
Yep, and I've just pulled it up, and you are right, Councillor Hardwick. It's about the appointment to the UBCM, the LMLGA, and the FCM. That's what this report's about. So nothing about.
Oh, my apologies. I did want to ask about that too, Mr. Mayor, but as you know, I had some technical difficulties, so I wasn't sure what was held and what was not. But as for FCM, I understood that there were other counselors, not myself. I want to be very clear that were involved in FCM, and I understood that when we did the, I suppose when we decided on that quite recently, we were told this recommendation would come back. Now that
you have a question? I mean, this is the question queue.
My question is, Mr. Mayor, through a point of information to you, if there could be consideration at a later date for this for FCM, or if we would be making this decision now all the way through, could that be changed partway through?
You can always make motions to refer these decisions, but this vote is what's in front of us today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to know if there was a possibility to change throughout, if there were other counselors, again, not myself, who were interested in this particular committee.
Yeah, council, I mean, how this process works, Councillor Dejanova, is I start off with an initial list of recommendations. These come to council for approval, and these can be amended on the way through the process. I think that it would be possible for a councillor to bring a motion forward to change any of these positions based on, but it would have to come, now it would have to come through a motion by a councillor in order to change these.
No, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. Again, it was just a point of information.
Sure, no problem.
Time, it wasn't specifically for myself. I want to be very clear. So that's fine. That's all.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, you have a question on this item, number 5?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I need somebody to move this report.
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. A seconder. I heard Councillor Boyle second. Okay, so I've got a queue now. Does anybody want to debate this at all? If so, put yourself on the queue. If not, I'll ask the clerks to call up the voting queue. And just waiting for Councillor Wiebe, Kirby-Yung, and Dejanova. There, okay. Council, and the vote up on the screen, that passes with none in opposition. Before I move on to the next item, Councillor, sorry, I'm clearing this queue. Just wait a second, councillors. I'm just clearing these vote queues. Moving back to the question queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, do you have any procedural questions? Procedures or points of order, Councillor Kirby-Yung? Councillor Kirby-Yung? You're on mute, I think, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of procedure and I have a question before, because I would like to make a conflict statement, but does the report need to be moved prior to my doing that?
We are on, yeah, we just waiting here. Clerks, we are on.
If so, I'd like to make the report and then and then I have 2 items of business, including a conflict statement.
Okay, so, right. Yeah, so I'll queue on that, council. What I was doing is going through the queue to see if there, before I introduce the next item, just to see, are there any procedural or points of order or anything? That's what I'm going through the queue first, and then we'll get to item 1A next, is the next thing on the agenda.
I'm holding for 1A.
Okay, it's just, I'm just going to go down the queue because I have a lot of councillors on the queue. Councillor Dejanova?
Just ask a point of clarification then, Mr. Mayor. Are we
Yes.
on report 1 then? And can I move report 1 at this point? That was my question.
Yep, I do have a bit of scripting to read as we move on to the next item. Perhaps I'll do that before I go through the rest of the queue. So we're
on the end, please, in the order. That would be appreciated.
sure. Okay. Well, actually, what I'm going to do is just move through this queue now, because I am going to call for. I'm just looking at my script here. Just getting a note from the clerk. 1 second here. Okay. So, council, just so you know, the next thing, and this might influence whether or not you have questions, is the next thing is we're moving on to report 1, which is the 2021 capital operating budget. Item 1 at the special council meeting December 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and of 2020, councils received a presentation, asked questions to staff, and heard from speakers regarding the 2021 capital operating budget and related reports. We're now going to consider the reports in the order that they are listed on the agenda, council. So the first one, for example, is 1A, the 2021 engineering fees. So we're going to consider the reports in order that they are listed on the agenda on the 2021 capital and operating budget. So the first report is 1A, 2021 engineering fees. And what I'm going to do is ask if there are any questions on this report. So I will, Councillor Kirby-Young, do you have any questions on this report?
No, and just as a point of personal privilege, I just want to be crystal clear for the proceedings. If I intend to declare a conflict on a component of 1F, I can wait until we get to 1F to do so. Is that right?
Yes, and I actually will, I know there's a lot going on here today, so I will go through each of the reports and I will call at the beginning of each of the reports because I do know ahead of time that there have been some indications of conflict. And so when I get to 1F, I will pause and give everybody a chance to to declare conflicts if they have some.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Point of order, point of procedure.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand, we're on to the item.
Yes, if you have questions.
And prior to the item, as I understand, is my right to do. Mr. Mayor, I would wish to state that in relation to a matter referenced in these recommendations, that I have taken legal advice and I've been advised that I have an interest in this matter that constitutes a conflict of interest as a result of an immediate family member being a sworn officer of the VPD, and I'm therefore recusing myself from participating in recommendation B on the portion containing the collective agreement and
sure.
to the police budget. I also wanted to note that as with all matters of potential conflict, and as is noted in the charter, because it is my decision and my decision only to make for myself to recuse, I will take the legal advice I've been given, considering what has been put together in these recommendations. However, I just wanted to note for the record also that the next budget could be different in the way that that's put together. And I do always do the due diligence. I know there's a process that can challenge that afterwards. So for that reason, I will be recusing myself specifically on recommendations noted in B under, I believe it is, I'm trying to look at different screens considering my technical difficulties, but 1F is Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks for that, Councillor Dejanova. How we're proceeding this morning, we will get to 1F as a separate report in a second, but right now we're, and of course we can all note, the clerks will of course note the conflict statement you've just made, but we are working on 1A at the moment on engineering fees. So I take it you don't have a conflict on this.
Procedure, Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Considering the operating budget is listed as an entire item on the agenda, I felt that it was right to do this at the beginning and that's the advice that I was given by law. So for that reason, I'm stating it for the record, and I wanted to know why I was doing it before engineering
I understand.
fees came up. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions on engineering fees?
No, Mr. Mayor, I don't.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, questions on engineering fees, report 1A.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll take myself off the queue. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weep, questions on engineering fees 1A.
It's a comment. I have recused myself in the past due to a conflict of interest with Easy Park on engineering fees, including a lot of parking permits and other related matters. I have formally resigned from the Easy Park board. I'm no longer a director of Easy Park, and that has been filed to the BBC corporate office and has been finalized as of last week. So I will be voting on matters related to parking moving forward on this budget.
Okay, I'll take that as a point of privilege, Councillor Weeb. Thanks. Anybody with questions on the engineering fees? I don't see anybody, so would someone like to move the recommendations in the report?
Happy to move it, Mayor.
That's Councillor Boyle. If you could state.
Yes,
Thanks.
Councillor Boyle.
Okay, so I've heard Councillor Boyle and Councillor Swanson, and Council it'd be great if when you move, if you just said your last name, and then it makes it easier for me to hear. Thanks very much. So now we're over to the main queue, Council. We have Councillor Carr. I have you on the main queue. Do you have anything you'd like to say about engineering fees? Oh, you might be on mute, Councillor Carr. Still on mute. Double mute, perhaps, with a little button. Nope, still not there.
How about that?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you were right. I was on double mute. No, I just wanted to just state my support for the engineering fee increases in general of 2%. With permit and application fees, that is the inflationary amount for this year. So I support that. And the 10% increase in certain resident parking permit fees apropos of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And just thank staff for bringing these forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I will call a vote on the engineering fees report number 1A. Councillor Fry and Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, clerks, if you could call up that queue then. We have Councillor, this passes with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, Council, we're moving on to 1B, the 2021 Annual Review of Water Rates and Water Works Bylaw Amendments. Councillor Carr, do you have a question on this one?
No, that's a holdover.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Councillor Swanson, do you have a question on report 1B, water rates?
Move it.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to move us over to a main queue. Anybody have any questions on water rates and water works bylaws?
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
We need a seconder for that.
That's right. Thanks very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Swanson moved. Councillor Kirby-Young is seconded. Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else on the queue to debate this, so I'm going to move it to a vote. You could trigger the voting screen, clerks. I'm just waiting for Councillor Dominato and Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Oh. Councillor Dejanova?
I registered my vote, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much. I see it now. Yes, I can see it now, and that has passed unanimously. Clerks can pull the screen up. That's great. Going back to the queue. Okay, Council, we're moving on to report number 1C is the 2021 Annual Review of Sewer Rates under the Sewer and Water Course Bylaw. Councillor Kirby-Young, questions?
No, I'm happy to move the report.
I don't see any other questions, so that's great. Do I have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We're over to the main queue now. Councillor Carr, do you have up to 5 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out that this report does make it clear that we have accelerated our sewer separation so that we will achieve it by 2050. And I want to note that this council had the unfortunate news that previously, over the prior 10 years, that we were not doing our sewer separation at the rate that's recommended internationally to do that sewer separation. So we were very much behind the gun. During those years, we held budgets at 2% increases year after year, the lowest rates in a very long time. But the consequence was we did not do the work that was needed in terms of sewer separation so that that sewer infrastructure would not be at risk. So I'm very pleased to see that this council has made the decision to accelerate it, and it is embodied in this report.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. I will speak to this report, but I'll actually speak from a different point of view from Councillor Carr and express concern that we are not accelerating our sewer renewal and separation sufficiently with sufficient speed. I did bring a motion forward to try to expedite that and see what we could, if we could even bring that timeline down on what we could achieve by 2030. But I note in this report and then subsequently in questions received back that Council had posed as part of the budget process, that it indicated that we are actually behind. And so the report, while it does say that we're increasing from 0.5% annually to 0.7%, the information that council also received suggested that a healthy renewal rate, of which Vancouver's fallen behind, is 1% to 1.5%. And we are 2 or 3 years away from even getting to a 1% standard. So meanwhile, we have old infrastructure. Staff have referenced that it is, things like water main breaks, et cetera, are becoming more common because our infrastructure is older. And we can continue to see those unless we are prepared to expedite this more quickly. And even the increase in this report from 0.5 to 0.7 means we are still well behind the 8 ball and well behind a reasonable conservative renewal rate of 1 to 1.5%. And given that Vancouver's infrastructure again is old and is failing, it's not just the importance of separation from a water quality and sustainability point of view, but just the actual ability of our pipes to hold up to sort of the usage and demand. We are really vulnerable in core infrastructure in this area. And I think it's really important to underscore that and be very clear that we have more to do here. And again, as I said, we're still behind the 8 ball. We're still behind where we need to be. And I actually think that we should be investing more in this area.
Thanks so much. I just a reminder here that this is, if there are amendments to reports, this is the queue to make them on. This is on the main queue. And I'll move to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, recognizing that this is one of the biggest increases, the 11%, I think one of the things we need to really start looking at is with the climate changes we're seeing here in Vancouver with flash floods and the need to move to green infrastructure as quickly as possible, recognizing that we need to be diverting as much of our rainwater into our parks, golf courses, back into our waterways, recognizing this will continue to increase, and that we have Iona coming online in 2030, which will finally bring Vancouver to tertiary treatment, because currently we are one of the cities that is still doing primary treatment, which means we're just taking the mass solids and the rest of our waste is going into the ocean. And we have we send billions of liters out of raw sewage into our oceans. And so this is critical work that I know we're moving forward with our Range City strategy. But the public, I think, does need to recognize that this will be an increased cost because what we've done for the last 100 years is not good enough, and that we need to move forward in ensuring that we have clean and healthy oceans around us. So I will be supportive of this and look forward to finding ways to increase our green infrastructure to deal with some of the overflow. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
While I agree with Councillor Wiebe and my council colleagues on the importance of upgrading this infrastructure, I question the addition of 11% at this time. As we know, the cost of living index is around 2%, and this is significantly above that. I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be done now, but in the words of Dr. Henry, maybe not now, but later. we're asking a lot of weight be put on the backs of our taxpayers, and still I don't know that we've even hit rock bottom on this pandemic and the economic fallout of this. So I'm questioning the merits of the timing on this, not the question that it needs to be done, but the timing about this year.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick. Anybody else on this one? Oh, Councillor Carr. Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to that, I just want to note that why I'm supporting this particular budget, and I realize that there is a larger increase, and that is because we are accelerating the rate of renewal. I'm sympathetic with the urgency and feel that urgency myself, as expressed by Councillor Kirby-Yung, but to go even faster would mean a much greater tax increase. I think this is a high but appropriate tax increase to avoid the risk of breakages and the costly repairs that would require. But we still have that goal to get to full separation by 2050. It is a much accelerated pace compared to before, and we're implementing it incrementally at cost to the taxpayers, yes, but averting, I think, larger costs should that infrastructure fail us.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Just looking, and I don't see anybody else in this queue, so I am going to call a vote on this this item. Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Clerks, do we have Councillor Dejanova on the line?
Mr. Mayor, I'm on the line. I just voted.
There we go. Okay, thanks very much.
Connection is slow, but I voted.
Okay, thanks very much. And clerks, if you can pull that up, we have voting with none, that's passed with none in opposition. Okay, Council, we're moving on to 1D, the solid waste utility, and I'll open the question queue now. If anybody has questions to staff on this item. 1D 2021 solid waste utility fees and bylaw changes. I don't see any questions. Does somebody want to move this?
So move, Councillor Carr.
Seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, I heard Councillor Boyle. So Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. And so we're now on the main queue. If anybody would like to discuss this, any debate. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'm hoping, recognizing that this was a difficult year, I'm hoping in the future we can really get the red bin program for dog waste accelerated, as well as finding solutions to do composting in Vancouver and other green solutions, recognizing that our solid waste and our landfill will be done by 2030. So we need to be a little more creative about the way we can increase the circularity of our waste stream. And I'd like to see that more in the future.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll speak to that too, and I appreciate Councillor Weed referencing dog waste, because we did have a motion I brought forward to try to look at expediting doggy doo-doo because of the impact that it has, from a, both a health and a sustainability perspective in terms of going into our waste stream, and how that is processed and how manual it is and how limited we are in terms of the number of trial red bins that we had in 8 parks across the city. And so I will note too that, and you'll probably hear this from me several times today, that there's a fair amount of core services that didn't make it into the budget, and one of those included increasing our ability to deal with dog waste more pervasively across the city in terms of stepping it up, and also the treatment and how that is managed. So I do have, I have that disappointment in the budget. I'll support this report as it is, but I'm seeing gaps as we go through this budget in terms of really drilling down into some of those core services and some of those things that we see. And I would suggest too that as people are staying home more during the pandemic, a lot of people started getting a dog because they're home more, and we have pretty high dog ownership in the city of Vancouver. before the pandemic. So I think that need is going to continue to grow. So I think it's really important to state that there are holes in this budget. It's a pandemic year, and we have to make some tough choices. But there are some core components that relate to core services and gaps that are clearly standing out for me as we go through these reports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so we can call a vote on this one.
Mr. Mayor, I need a vote assist.
Vote assist, how would you like to vote, Councillor Dejanova?
In favor.
In favor? Okay, thanks. So the clerk's going to mark that. And council, that has passed unanimously. Thanks so much. We're moving on to item 1E, over to the question queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see you on the main queue, but that one's not open yet. So I'm going to move over now to the question queue.
No, I'm fine. That's holding over. Sorry.
Okay. Thanks. So we have the Falls Creek Neighborhood Energy Utility NEU customer rates. And are there any questions on this? Just waiting. I don't see anybody on the queue. So can we have a mover for this?
Swanson, move.
Councillor Swanson,
Second, Weeb.
Councillor Weeb, second. So now we're over on the main queue. Is there any discussion on this item? Going once, going twice. I don't see anybody on the queue for discussion, so we can move to the votes. On 1E, clerks could trigger the vote. We're now voting. Councillor Dejanova?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to get on the queue for questions, but I'll abstain then.
You'll abstain? Okay. And Councillor Dejanova, if you're having trouble, you can always verbally ask to get on the queue.
Except I can't, Mr. Mayor, because I just did try. Thank you.
No,
I was muted apparently on the other side, and I pushed *6, but it didn't work. Thank you.
Okay, Council. Okay, so that's 1A to E. We're now going to consider report 1F, the 2021 capital and operating budget. And I do notice a bunch of councillors on the main queue, but I will be moving to the question queue shortly. At the council meeting held on December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, some councillors declared a conflict of interest. So I'm asking those councillors to state their conflict again for the record of today's meeting, and I'm going to go through the list. Councillor Dejanova, you did explain your conflict clearly early on. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, but I do understand, Mr. Mayor, that I should again state that for the record.
Sure, go ahead.
For that reason, I will state that I will be conflicting out of recommendations stated in B. However, I have been advised that it is correct to vote on.
Sorry, yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, the line is crackling up here for me. Can you hear me on that side?
I can hear you.
Okay, great, Mr. Mayor. So as I stated earlier, I wish to state that in relation to matters that will be referred to recommendation, that I've taken legal advice and I've been advised that I have an interest in the matter of recommendation number B, which is included in the report that is coming, as you've mentioned. It constitutes a conflict of interest as a result of a family member, an immediate member being a sworn officer of the BPD. I therefore am recusing myself, as I have for several years, for participation in this matter. However, I'd also like to note at this time that as with all matters of potential conflict, it is my choice and only my choice to take the legal advice on each matter involving the BPD, and it's each councillor's duty, and it's up to them, as it states in the charter, to declare a conflict of interest. So on some matters, I wanted to note that I am able to participate, and I understand from legal that that is right, and I will be participating in some parts of the vote, but not on B, and others I am not. And this one is one which I am not. So B, I will not be participating on. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. With respect to report 1F, capital and operating budget, I wish to state that specifically with regards to recommendation 1B, on the advice of legal, that I have an interest that may constitute a conflict of interest, as I do have a family member who is a sworn officer of the VPD. And so out of an abundance of caution respecting our code of conduct policy, I will recuse myself from participation in this matter. I would also like to state that as with all matters of potential conflict, each is considered at its moment in time with respect to its unique context. And so that does not preclude me from voting on future matters and considering the circumstances of such matters at that time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Thank you. I intend to declare conflict and recuse myself from the funding of the TEPPP program, which is currently a subject of conflict of interest before the courts. And I will be recusing myself of that vote out of an abundance of caution. I also recused myself earlier this year under a motion for decriminalizing poverty, as my mom was a member of PACE, but I have had legal advice that that grant would have to come back. So I will be voting on that issue and being part of the debate and decision.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. On the first item, the TEPP, do you have a specific letter of the or recommendation letter that you're recusing yourself from?
Yeah, I'll be recusing myself in consideration D.
Okay, thank you.
Components of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weeb, just so you know that all the recommendations are as they are in the report. The way I see it in D, you'd have to recuse yourself from that entire item unless it is amended, but could not participate. And that's the same with the other councillors too on their declared letters. If you have questions more as we're proceeding, I'm happy to explain those. Any other councillors have conflicts on any other parts of this capital operating budget that you'd like to state? And that verbally is fine. I don't hear any conflict. So council, how this is going to work, just so you know, is that we will move this report because we've had questions in the special council meetings, many questions. Move the report and second the report. Once the report is on the floor, then we will be moving amendments or discussion. So we're in debate and discussion. If amendments come, they will come there. I will give plenty of time for councillors with declared conflicts to leave the chambers during the discussion of any potential amendment that you may have conflict on, and then to give you plenty of time to re-enter the debate on items so you could hear the next possible amendment and then decide at that point if you have a conflict and would need to leave. Once we're all done the debate and discussion, I will call a recess. So staff can go back and calculate the figures in recommendation A and I. A is the global budget number and I is the percentage property tax increase. Once that is done, we will vote in a severed way. So all items will be severed for separate votes to allow councillors to conflict out if they have, or to not participate in the vote if they have a conflict. So I hope that's clear. And so do I have someone?
Carr move the recommendations in the report, including consideration D.
Include. Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Boyle.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr and Boyle for seconding. Okay, so how this works, of course, is the mover of the report does have the first discussion. So, Councillor Carr, you have up to 5 minutes as the mover of report. And
Mr. Mayor, just a point of procedure. It says red engineering fees on the screen right now. So I gather anyway, I can
In
go
a point
ahead.
of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato.
Yes, Councillor
Also,
Dominato.
just in moving the report, I don't see Councillor Carr on the queue to do so.
You
to
don't.
move the recommendations.
Moving can be done. Moving can be done verbally, or is always done
Thank you.
verbally. So
Thank you.
that's right. Okay, thanks. So Councillor Carr.
I guess if we move to a main motion queue.
We are. So I am going to give the floor to you, Councillor Carr.
Great. Thank you. So I moved it with consideration D. I also just wanted to verify with the clerk. This is actually perhaps a point of information. She did circulate to us some formatting errors. So if I need to move with those formatting errors, I'd just like clarification on that. I'm prepared to do that in my moving. The recommendations K and L subject to statements have been corrected. So perhaps you could just seek clarification.
I'll check with the clerk.
That's fine.
Clerks, is that considered moved with those?
Mayor Stewart,
with
yes,
those?
yes, it will be considered moved with the correction.
Right, and there was just some errors in the lettering, so it's not. They're just minor kind of grammatical changes. Councillor Carr. Okay,
Great,
so
thank you. So,
5.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay.
So if you want to move me to an amendment queue, that'd be great.
Well, let's just hear it first, and then once it's seconded, I will move it to the queue.
Great. Okay. So my amendment is in section D. In section D, and I have forwarded this amendment to all of council earlier this morning. My changes are to fund $8 million, not $6.33 million of one-time initiatives, including the listed items for the $6.33 million, which are shown in the report, but also including A, $1.522 million for the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services to address the ongoing poison drug crisis through funding the Fire Medic 11, the Captain Strategic Health Initiatives position and the Combined Overdose Response Team, and B, $0.15 million for the Vancouver Public Library to remove barriers to access for residents with outstanding library fines.
Boyle, happy to second that.
Okay, Council, thank you. I'm going to now move over to the amendment queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, Council, I'm just making sure that this is up on the public screen, or I move ahead with. Yeah, well, unfortunate for some folks, I'm sure. Okay, there we go. Okay, Council, so that is the moved and seconded motion. And I have Councillor Kirby-Yung on the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes to speak to this amendment.
Yeah, I have a point of information for you, if I might, to staff about
Sure
this.
can, yep.
My understanding was that when our CFO presented the budget presentation and included this option D, which I guess is positioned as a shopping list for council to sort of duke it out in terms of what was in there, the CFO made very clear, and I think there's language in here too, that this could only be one-time costs and not ongoing costs. And that's why some items were included in here, although there's perhaps some question around some of those. So I'm wondering with this Fire Medic 11, if that would be considered an ongoing cost and not able to be used from a capital transfer. Can we get clarity on that? Because
Sure can.
Fire, but I certainly don't want to have a misstep in terms of our budgeting practices.
No problem. I will ask the city manager to kind of probably send this on to Ms. Impey, but over to the city manager.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, maybe I'll ask Patrice to answer the question. Patrice, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah. The vacancies that were held in the 2021 budget, the 1 to 2%, that is being held for this year only. The assumption is that in 2022 we have revenues returning to previous 2020 levels, and so that is in the 5-year plan as the assumption that those vacancies are filled. so that which is the basics of the 2020 plan. If that's in 2022, our revenues aren't there, then we have another discussion about how to balance the budget. But that is the assumption going into 2022, that these vacancies are being held for 2021 only.
Councillor Kirby-Young, is that satisfactory?
I must admit I'm confused by the answer because they are ongoing costs, and I understood things like that are in this list, like electric vehicle infrastructure, are sort of one-time implementation costs, or same with the temporary patio program, which has a time-limited duration. So does this mean that we can put other operating costs in there using the same?
Only if they were vacant. Sorry, apologies. If they were vacancies that were being held for this year. So that's assumed to be one time when we hold the vacancies for this year in our 5-year plan. But that does leave uncertainty for 2022. But in our financial planning, this is assumed to be, the vacancies are assumed to be 1 year.
Okay, I'll leave it there for time and save some time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a point of information on this subject in the same vein, and just for clarity, is what I'm hearing is that because there was a vacancy held for Fire Medic 11, that this can be funded through this reallocation of capital dollars. Is that correct?
I think so, but I'll turn it over to I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Yeah, I think as our CFO was just saying, she was recommending against other ongoing expenses being used for the one time, but in this instance, these positions are assumed to be in the 2022 budget. So funding them for 1 year doesn't create an issue in 2022 at this point. So if there were other ongoing expenses,
just going to pause you there. Just going to pause you there for a second, City Manager. Okay, I just wanted to check because Councillor Weeb had said he has possible conflict on this. I want to check with the clerks that he's in the waiting room.
Mayor Switt, yes, he is now placed in the lobby.
Okay, great. Thanks. It'd be great if councillors are going to, I know there's a lot going on this morning, but just if you can give me some kind of verbal cue that, or to the clerk that you'd like to move to the waiting room during an item or an amendment, that would be great. Sorry, Councillor Domino, for cutting you off there. You have up to 4 minutes left.
Okay. I guess the follow-up I would have then is because I'd also heard that in the dialogue we had around this reallocation of dollars is that it could be only one-time costs, but funding for Fire Medic 11, even though it's contemplated in 2022, is basically ongoing operating costs. And so it would seem to me that more things could be funded out of this $8 million allocation. Is that correct?
It's a question.
Other ongoing operating costs.
Mr. Mayor, I can jump in. I mean, the distinction is that I think, and as Patrice had said a moment ago, the distinction here is that these are positions that are being held vacant. They're in the base budget, and so it's assumed that they are being held this year because of the revenue challenges. I think that's the distinction here. If the proposal were to fund something else that were an ongoing expense that wasn't already in the budget, it would create a considerable problem in 2022. But this is assumed to be in the long-term financial plan and in the 2022 budget.
Thank you for that clarification.
Is that okay, Councillor Domino? Anything else on this one? Okay, great. Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Point of privilege, please, Mr. Mayor, before you move on. Councillor Dominato has indicated that she is unable to get on the queue. Could you please put her on the queue? Thank you.
Councillor Dominato or DeGenova?
DeGenova.
DeGenova, sorry.
Right. Okay. And of course, she can do that verbally.
I think she's had serious technical challenges today, to say the least.
Yes, I understand. So Councillor DeGenova is on the queue. And thanks for that, Councillor Boyle. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to speak briefly in support of both of these additions, noting, of course, as Council and the public knows, the increase in deaths that we've seen due to the toxic drug poisoning crisis has, of course, been heartbreaking. And while Council works on a number of policy initiatives to address that in a more systemic way, these positions through Vancouver Fire and Rescue are critical in this next year to keep as many people alive as possible. And so I'm glad to see them added in to cover this stopgap in what is otherwise an ongoing expense that has already been approved. And additionally, I want to speak in support of the addition of $150,000 for the library related to their late fines. I think we all learned a bit more about the barriers that exist for people due to late fines, and I appreciate the equity work that's gone on through our Vancouver library, as well as in public library services across North America, and looking at eliminating late fees altogether to further reduce barriers that people experience to accessing the library. And well, we have a tight budget year, and it was hard to make that full move now. The library put forward what I think is a creative approach to be able to welcome people with fines back to the library this year, and then look at moving to a fine-free service sometime down the road. And I appreciate all of the work that went on at the library board to come up with that solution. And I'm glad to see Councillor Carr moving it in this amendment, and I'm delighted to support it, and grateful for all the work that both fire and the library are doing during a tough time in Vancouver.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm happy to support this amendment. I think it's really important that we have the fire medic truck in the downtown east side to help deal with poison drug crisis. And I wish we could give more to the library to end fines, like they have ended fines in other cities. I'm somebody who actually didn't use the library for 20 years because I didn't think I could afford to pay fines that had been built up when I was really low income. And then in the library reported that there's over 70,000 people in the city who owe more than $10 in fines and therefore can't use the library. So I think we owe this to them so that they will be able to use the library, so their children can use the library. And I hope in future years we can push to completely eliminating library fines. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I actually had a point of information. I apologize my video is not on, but
That's
I'm
okay.
just going to try and stay on like this for now, okay?
Okay, sure.
So my first point of information just regarding Vancouver Fire, because I was very compelled by a statement that was made by Mr. Weeks during representatives from public bodies and agencies that spoke to us about Fire Hall number 2 and not having that fire medic vacancy filled. I'm just wondering, had Vancouver Fire, had management considered reallocations to also help with that? I'm wondering, is that something possible under their management to, because Fire Hall number 2, I would also think is one of the fire halls that serves the most vulnerable and marginalized people. I'm just wondering if that's a consideration.
I can turn to the city manager to see if there is somebody from the fire and rescue service to speak to this.
Yeah,
thanks. Kieran, are you there? Can you jump in?
I am, thanks.
Oh, okay, great.
It's Kieran Morong, acting fire chief. Just to understand your question, Councillor DeGenova, you're asking whether we had considered reallocating the vacancies to other apparatus?
Yes, considering the vulnerable and marginalized people, specifically in the areas around Fire Hall number 2, which I understood is where the fire medic specifically, is it the fire medic or where the apparatus, as you had mentioned, or as had been mentioned, would be left vacant? I'm wondering, is that something that you can then look at and consider from a management perspective, just not wanting to step on the toes of management, Chief Moran?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So this was not taken very lightly to see where we could come up with the vacancies. Medic 11 was the last apparatus that was added to fire's deployment. The rest of the apparatus that are in place make up the deployment model to ensure that the risk is addressed appropriately. Medic 11 is the additional medic that was added by council last year or this year, which was to support downtown East Side as well as Strathcona and the opiate crisis. So that's a standalone medic, and that was the rationale for if we had to. That was the one that we could actually remove without impacting the risk for the city overall.
Okay. And then just a point of information would be to finance staff on this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, I understand, and I want to make sure that I'm correct in this, that in 2017, there was a 0.5% tax increase to fund the fire medics. And then since then, that's been embedded in the budget. So that's 0.5%, including inflation. And then there was another fire medic recently added. And then this would indeed be another specific position that would fill a vacancy. I'm wondering if the director of finance can round out the number for me on what that would come to based on the number that was proposed in the 0.5% tax increase that I believe was, I know it was allocated to in different areas, but specifically to the fire medic from 2016 to today. So what is that number that we would see if this amendment passed?
And just a minute left.
So the question is how much of the 3.5% went to medics in that calculation?
No, my question is, after the 0.5% tax increase, considering it's been embedded, it's faced increases and inflation throughout the years to bring us to 2020, plus this amount, what would that be?
Okay, I'll have to check, calculate that and get back to you.
Can you get back to us and email us if I don't have time to
Yes.
answer that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And because of the situation we're in right now, I'll await that information. I see other councillors on the queue. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you've got 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an amendment to the amendment, which I sent into the clerk. So if you could.
Okay.
You.
Okay, thanks. I'll just make sure that it's up on screen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you can restart my timer we're in a new queue now, right? Correct?
We are not yet until it's seconded. So if you just want to explain it while it's being called up on screen, then we're.
Can we get a seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thanks. And now we're in the amendment queue too. So, Councillor.
So this amendment, I'll walk through it quickly for clarity, leaves the fire component intact. It proposes striking B, which is the $150,000 for the fine-free week for the library, to allocate $150,000 per the memo that council received on options for further street cleaning and sanitation. Excuse me, specifically to social enterprise micro cleaning grant program specifically for next year to provide much needed and augmented cleaning services in the downtown, east side, downtown, and Chinatown. And the rationale being that this is something we've heard loud and clear from the community that is a specific and a dire need. I do want to speak with respect to the library, of which I'm fully supportive, but I had the opportunity to read through the report that went to the library board in detail with respect to fine-free fines. And clearly the library is advocating for the ongoing program, which is around $650,000 per year. The addition of $150,000 for the fine-free week, as stated in that library report, was identified by the analysis brought forward to the board as not addressing the root problem with respect to fines, and said that it really is a moment in time. It doesn't sort of address the ongoing need to have a different operating procedure and get people back into the library. It also indicated that people would not automatically have their fines sort of wiped from their record. They would have to contact the library in order to have them wiped, and that the library has, limited email contact information for some and may not see others, and suggested really that, if that's not going to happen until September next year, I think that we're better served to do a solid program that addresses the needs of a library that's open to everybody, without having to do means testing, without people having to come, hear about it, without people having to be contact the library in order to get their fines revoked. And we're talking about over a couple of months, and with a hope that I think we could build the actual program that the library is really gunning for into the 2022 budget. So, in looking at that sort of cost benefit analysis as we're making some tough decisions in the budget relative to what we've heard very clearly for the need for street cleaning immediately and potentially the success of micro cleaning programs in this area and the support that council has exhibited for motions like that, such as the one we recently considered on Chinatown and previous motions. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Our engineering stats clearly also show an ongoing and growing need in this area. So that's the spirit of the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I just wanted to, if you could check the screen to make sure that it accurately reflects what you're calling for here.
Yes.
That's all good. Okay, thanks. We'll move on now to Councillor Bly, up to 5 on the amendment to the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. Yep, so I am actually supportive of this amendment for very similar reasons that Councillor Kirby-Yung already laid out. And having spoken to a few of the trustees at the library board, as well as referencing in the report, the sort of broader engagement around the fine-free program seems like a good initiative and is supported or broadly supported, it would seem, by the board. And I'm always curious about when we take a portion of funding to try and sort of band-aid something versus just getting to that root cause and committing to doing so. And it seems that that could be something that could happen this year. And I think that there is an opportunity for the library to campaign to forgive fines for a week and encourage people to come back to the library without this funding. There's a number of things that can be done in order to reach out to the community and ensure that they're accessing a very valuable service in our communities. So I am supportive and appreciate Councillor Kirby-Yung bringing this forward.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor, and similarly, I'm also supportive of this amendment. I think there's a real opportunity with the Vancouver Public Libraries to build out that robust program, and real credit where credit's due is that the VPL does an outstanding job of managing their programs and their services and innovating and being sensitive to the diverse needs of our residents, including residents who may not have access to certain resources or the means to cover some of those fines that they're proposing. So I actually think it's a really important conversation to be having and to looking at that. Big believer in building out plans and frameworks for these things so that you have a solid framework to work from and policies. And I think that, and then you juxtapose that right now with the feedback we've had in the recent surveys around the budget and public feedback through 311 and other areas of the city around the critical need to really focus on some frontline services in our downtown core, including there was the motion recently by Councillor Kirby-Yung and Councillor Fry. So I think that ultimately it is about making some choices here, and I think that this is a good investment to utilize these one-time savings to enhance that micro cleaning, and so I'm supportive of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to add my voice in support of the amendment. Thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for bringing this forward, and especially in areas like Chinatown, I think that we also have to consider sort of the ramifications of not listening to the small businesses and listening to people. And their needs, especially around some components of enhanced street cleaning. I also think that, there are other ways to consider removing barriers to access for residents with outstanding library fines. In fact, one of them would be the sponsorship policy that I had proposed that council did indeed, although it went back a few times to staff, looked at potentially finding other areas of revenue to support that. And I know that VPL has their own foundation as well. So, I am supportive of trying to make sure that everyone has access to the library, although I really am trying to still understand how this line item in forgiving the specific fines that I can't see how we have covered those off in the overall budget will help. And in fact, I wonder if the library will next year find that they are in an even different position. So I would almost hope that there would be some consideration of some of those creative avenues and ways for that. But I certainly think that street cleaning, making sure that we do what we can to celebrate and recognize, the unique cultural diversity of some of Vancouver's most special neighborhoods. And one of those is Chinatown. So I do appreciate this, wholeheartedly support this amendment. And I hope that it has unanimous council support. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will just say I guess I find myself stuck on this one because, of course, I agree that these street cleaning investments are important, and also appreciate that well, the larger ask from the library was the full program. The chair of the board spoke to council and very specifically stated that this particular line item would help them move the issue forward without requiring that full amount. And so if we don't include that funding for the library in this particular amendment, I hope that we will add it elsewhere. And I know we're all looking at how we can increase cleaning in some place or another of the budget too. So ultimately hope we find a way to weave both of those pieces in. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, this budget is all about such hard choices. Really because our revenues are down, the needs are so great out there. It's very hard for me to think about trading off, helping people be able to access the library when they're too embarrassed to go in because they can't afford to pay a fine, and putting money in to enhance street cleaning through the social enterprise micro cleaning program, which is a fabulous program, especially in the downtown east side in Chinatown. So, in the end, I am going to support this. I think the specifics about it being the social enterprise grant program is clear and so desperately needed as well, and so helpful to people in the downtown east side and Chinatown area, that I am compelled to support it at this time. So thank you, Councillor Kirby, for bringing it forward.
Okay, thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue here, so I'm going to move to a vote. And that passes with Councillor Swanson and myself in opposition. Okay, Council, we're going back to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have 2 minutes left on this amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I will speak enthusiastically in support of our fire service. I think that we heard sort of compelling commentary from the acting chief that they're operating at the same fire levels as they have since 1986. And clearly in a very busy urban environment where the population is growing and the complexity in terms of fire response in buildings is growing, and we have the overdose crisis to deal with, which takes a toll on all of our first line responders significantly. And I don't think we can ever overstate that in terms of just sort of the personal impact that has. But regardless, they go out day in and day out to do that work and provide desperately needed services. And certainly we've seen that exacerbated during the pandemic. So I know that we will still have some challenges ahead in 2022 in terms of trying to meet all of these core obligations, but I do see this as a gap at this point in time, and so I'm happy that this has been brought forward and we're able to incorporate it in this way. I will make one comment and observation, and you'll probably hear this from me again increasingly through the day, and pursuant to my earlier comment, that I saw several gaps with respect to core services in this budget and the approach that was taken, and this is one of them. And so we're addressing some as we go through here, I think, through the process of amendments. So thanks to Councillor Carr for bringing that forward. But I think that we're going to need to take a different approach to have sort of sustainability on those life-saving and other fundamentally core services that relate to health and sanitation, street cleaning, fire response, medical response in the city. If we're going to sustain those and sort of taking sort of a similar trim across all departments doesn't allow us to ensure that these things are built into a base budget. So I'm glad that we're able to facilitate it. I'm not happy that we're having to do it this way, and quite honestly that this wasn't included in the baseline budget. But I will support it, and I will tip my hat to all of the firefighters at VFRS and IAFF 18 that go to work and step up to do this every day, because it is a tough job. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, just before you start, you had mentioned at the beginning you were moving this in a segregated way. Is that right? Can you just explain to me what your intentions were here?
Yeah. So actually, I think I'm just moving it as a whole, but Mr. Mayor, if you could just question the clerk about this. They are communicating with me around some segregation overall that would enable Councillor Weeb to declare conflict on part, and I have not received the specific information about that. So if there is.
Sure, and how it works on the conflict again is, we'll do what we can to accommodate folks, but it's really not up to staff to kind of figure that out for councillors. So so if you've got a suggestion on how that, the way it would work is if you sliced up a particular recommendation into chunks, then when it comes to voting, councillors could just declare a conflict on that particular chunk in the severed vote, and we can sever both the letters from other letters or also the subclauses within the letters as well. So that's all possible for severing. I'm not sure if that helps you, but
It does, and what helps me even more is that our legal staff, Mr. Lager, has actually forwarded that specific language. I have forwarded it to all of council to enable the voting to take place in a way. So, council,
is it up on screen now, clerks? Is this? I see something on screen. Is that segregated in a way that allows?
Mayor Stewart, yes, the amendment that's on the screen includes the amendment that was introduced and voted on from Councillor Kirby-Yung. So that is correct.
Okay. Thanks.
On this, okay, then just to close, then just to close, Mr. Mayor, I really want to speak very strongly with thanks for all of the councillors having stated their support and interest, especially regarding the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services line that I put in there in terms of funding Fire Medical 11, the Captain Strategic Health Initiatives position and combined overdose response team, and just draw to everyone's attention. Of course, we all are so aware that the deaths in our city due to overdoses exceed by far those due to COVID. We have twin medical crises and emergencies in this city. We did, as a council, vote to put in the apparatus, the Medical 11, in the downtown east side, Fire Hall 2. The acting fire chief was very clear in answering questions to us on this in the lead up to this particular day where we're debating and voting, noting that they put the Medical 11 on duty July 31st. After that time, that hall responded to 455 incidents. 250 were medical incidents, 105 were fire incidents. If there was no Medic 11, that would mean the fire trucks would have to go to all those medical calls as well as the fire calls, which could very much put at risk people from the fires and lead to an even more incredible strain and on the staff, the firefighters who are on the front line saving lives in the downtown east side. So I'm very happy to hear councillors express their support for this. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 4 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm through you or through the staff, Mr. Mayor, that voting for this will mean that we're also voting for the 300,000 for the decriminalizing poverty motion that we passed in July for the missing, murdered women and Indigenous women and girls, the UN safe spaces, the veterans parking revenue, etc.
I will have to, I guess that'd be a point of information, Councillor Swanson.
Whatever it is, I just want to know.
Yeah, point of information to staff, perhaps, so that perhaps the city manager can help clear that up. Or
yeah, thanks. Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, those items are included below in the consideration. So my understanding is that all of those items would be
I can't
included.
hear the manager.
Yep. Speak up. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, the considerations are included below, so that includes a number of one-time items: the supporting climate change, anti-racism, decriminalizing poverty, missing, murdered, and UN safe spaces are all included in that item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to reflect a couple of comments with respect to these changes. Already spoke to the amendment around the street cleaning, but to the focus around Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. One of the things I've been hearing from the public, and I will have an opportunity to speak to this later as well today, is how critical these services are, both Vancouver Fire Rescue Services as well as police services. And in many cases, you have instances where it's interchangeable. You have, while paramedics are provincially funded and operated, there are times when Vancouver Fire Rescue is on the scene first to respond to health-related issues. And particularly as we've seen in our downtown core, where there's a high level of overdoses and other issues. But I think we need to recognize that while we have different organizations of our city that have certain mandates, that there is some overlap at times, and due to needing to respond, at times there are multiple issues going on in the city, and so some might be paramedics first, it might be police first on scene, it might be fire rescue on first. And I think we need to recognize the important role of the services, and also that it speaks to the fact that the survey that was done with the public highlighted that their number one issue in terms of seeing where our funding for the budget is towards core services, and no one else delivers fire services. It's not the province. The mayor has been advocating for other areas for support around housing and areas like that, but this is not a service that is funded by the province, nor is policing, and so I think we need to recognize that, and that they are interconnected. These agencies work together to support our residents and to support our neighborhoods. And I was quite taken by some of the data that was presented by Vancouver Fire Rescue Services a couple of weeks ago around just the escalation in the fires we're seeing as well in the city, and the scope and the complexity of those fires. I recognize that's not the specific role, but I just want to acknowledge that is part of this discussion, and the value that's added in this. So thank you for the amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, you've got about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wanting to make sure that, okay, what we had on the screen it seemed to be a duplicate. So I'm just, again, conferring with staff that the changes are made that are now on the screen, with not having two Bs, but just one B, that this reflects the advice that we've received from law in terms of how we should segregate the items to vote on this. So that's now correct on the screen, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Okay,
That's a
thanks.
question.
Oh, it's a question. Sorry.
Yes, just to get
right.
verification.
So point of information,
Yes,
I guess to the city manager to, yep.
Thanks. Maybe we could ask the clerk to jump in on that.
Okay, over to the clerks.
Mayor Stewart, the language currently says would not enable Councillor Weeb to vote on it because there's references to the patio item that he declared conflict on.
Okay. There you go.
Sorry, just as a further point of information, if we segregate the vote so that it's D3A and B, would Councillor Weeb be able to vote on D3 subsection A?
That's up for the councillors to determine. Just as they go through on conflicts. If I can I'm just going to stop your clock and just to explain point of procedure of how this is going. So we've had the 1F moved. So it's moved, and the entire report is on the floor, which includes recommendations A to L. What we're doing now is going through the main queue with dealing with amendments. Amendments can include additions, subtractions, or rewording of the staff reports. So then once all the amendments are finished, we will go to a severed voting process where amendments are no longer possible. After staff do the recalculations of letter A and letter I, we'll go through a severed vote. You can sever individual letters. All letters will be individually voted upon. However, you can also sever subsections. And I think what so if that's helpful to you in terms of determining who can vote on what, that's meant for all councillors because we've had 3 declarations of conflict.
Okay,
so
thank you for that explanation. Yep,
okay.
Just thank you for that explanation. I'm sure that by the time we get the final version to vote on, everything will be absolutely straight and clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, you just have a little bit of time left here on this queue.
I was hoping for the answer to my question, just a dollar amount there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Does the city...
Left 10 seconds, hoping for a dollar amount.
Yeah, I can share that with you. I'm just about to forward an email, but I have that here. 10 seconds. The total would be 3.79 million, so that would be incremental from the that's going to the that was originally built into the budget, and then the additional costs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, thanks. So that's it, council.
Right, apologies. I think it's 5.3. So it's 3.75 plus the amount from the earlier budget. So 5.3, which is equivalent to 0.6% of taxes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. So council, I will call a vote on this amendment. And the vote's been triggered now. Councillor Dominato. And if I ask people to mute, I can hear some typing in the background there. So if folks can just make sure they're muted, that would be great. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, Mayor, just 1 minute.
No problem. Okay, council, if the clerks can pull that up, that's passed unanimously. Okay, council, we're going back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
I'm good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I've got Councillor Boyle next.
Mayor, on a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, looking at the time, whether we should consider moving to recess.
Good point. We have Councillor Boyle does have 5 minutes, so we can make it through that, and so and we would recess at noon. So
the recess.
Okay.
Okay, so you're asking for a move to recess now, Councillor Dominato, like a motion to recess?
Yes.
Okay, a motion to recess seconded by Councillor Dejanova. So I'll just call an oral vote on that. All in favor of a recess, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay.
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 Okay. we'll need a vote on this then. So I'm going to call a vote. Clerks, if you could trigger the vote. We're just going to vote now, recorded vote on the recess. Okay, so Councillor Weeb, we just need a, okay, great. So, okay, that has failed. And so we've got 8 minutes until we actually have the recess. So Councillor Boyle, you're up. Go ahead, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I have 2 amendments, and the first amendment I actually think is good to have on the table before lunch, recognizing councillors have
procedure
stated on it.
Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Okay. So I'd like to move an amendment that's been circulated to all of council.
Procedure.
Please don't interrupt, Councillor Boyle. We'll come to you in a second, Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Which is to strike out B and then to add to E with a couple of subpoints that clarify the direction of the police budget, including holding it at the 2020 level for the upcoming year.
Second.
Privilege on related to point of procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Right. I hear a lot of people talking. I have a lot of people talking. So what I'm going to do is just start with Councillor Boyle, and then I'll work through the list. Just as I'm hearing it verbally. So Councillor Boyle, you have...
Yeah, I believe Councillor Carr seconded so we could move to an amendment queue.
Okay, so I am now going to go to the various points of, I heard Councillor Dejanova first with a point of procedure.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, I understand that I am able to actually call point of parliamentary procedure if I wanted to declare a conflict, and I just wanted to know that it wasn't my intention to interrupt.
That's privilege. Oh, that's a privilege point. Yep.
Okay, I'm looking at the procedure bylaw here, so I'm sorry. I was quoting that, but I did want to note, considering what is in this motion, and I also want to state for the record that to Councillor Boyle's point that I had declared a conflict on this item. I have not yet declared a conflict on this item, so I need to do so. Because this item has just been moved. So what I'm going to say is I wish to state in relation to the amendment moved by Councillor Boyle that I have taken legal advice and I've been advised that I have an interest in this matter that constitutes a conflict of interest as a result of an immediate family member being a sworn officer of the Vancouver Police Department, and therefore I'm recusing myself from participation. However, although I've taken the legal advice, it is my choice to take the legal advice, and this does not preclude me from voting on future items and making decisions individually and accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Do I have any more points of order or privilege?
Procedure and a point of privilege. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
My point of procedure actually just relates to where we are in the proceedings. And can you please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've understood that we took a vote on the amended amendment on D, but we didn't actually vote on the entire clause D and complete that item. Is that correct?
A good question. And I'll ask the clerks. I believe we did vote on it and it was unanimous, but I will, yes, so the clerk has just texted me that we did vote on the last item and it was unanimous. Or, so sorry, we have completed we completed Councillor Carr's amendment.
But we didn't vote on clause D overall, so we're not doing that.
No, and we're not. And so just I can walk, and it's another good reminder. Did you want me to walk through it again? No, okay.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. So thank you for that. And then my point of privilege is with respect to the fact that the proposed amendment on the floor relates to item B.
Okay.
Earlier in the meeting, I have advised I will recuse for a conflict and the reasons thereof, so I won't restate because I believe that's on the record.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Anybody else? Point of information, point of procedure or order. Okay, Council, that's good. So I have moved this to an amendment queue as the amendment was seconded. Yes, go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Dejanova first.
I wanted to note, Mr. Mayor, that I am receiving legal advice that is ongoing here, and I understand that I should conflict out of specifically EA. So E section A. I just wanted to note that for the record, as I didn't note it before.
Okay, so again, it's up to councillors to decide, what to conflict out of and what not to conflict out of. As chair, I'm going to try to provide ample opportunity for folks to make those decisions and declare them. So I'll leave it to you, Councillor Dejanova, on that matter. Does anybody else have a point of information or a point of procedure or point of order? Okay, so Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we're now on an amendment queue, and so the times could be reset. Not that I will need it all, but just.
Okay. Yep, please go ahead.
So we are there. So we'll just further speak to this amendment to outline what it includes, which is I was feeling myself and hearing from a number of people that the way that B was laid out in the original language of adding some funding and then removing some funding was raising a lot of questions and confusion for folks about what the actual police budget was, and particularly considering it's been such a key issue of interest from many folks in the public, wanted to make sure that we were clear about that language and those numbers for folks. And so I worked with law to simplify the language with a new E and making sure, as has been noted, that it was still divided up so that councillors could declare conflict where necessary and still participate in the vote. That's the overall frame and intention of this amendment. First and foremost is to clarify and simplify the language while still allowing that space for councillors to vote where they can. And in addition, the amendment in EB is to hold the police budget at the amount that council approved for 2020. So as council has heard, as the public has been hearing, nearly all city departments have found vacancies and found savings both last year and into next year's budget. And this amount would hold the police budget at last year's amount.
Thanks. I'm going to stop you there, Councillor Boyle,
yes,
and stop your timer just because we've just reached noon, so we are going to recess now. We are in a place for everybody to review this proposed amendment, and if you have questions about conflicts, of course, this would be a good time to do it over the lunch break. So we are going to recess now, and we will reconvene in camera at 1 p.m. Thank you very much, Council, and we'll see you in an hour in camera.
Thank you, Mayor and staff.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and staff.
by Councillor Boyle, who has about 3 minutes left on her clock, and the other councillors looks like they're out, those who have conflict. Okay, so we're good. If we could pull back up on the orange cone the text of the amendment that we're talking about, that would be good. So how we'll move ahead then, Council, is Councillor Boyle has 3 minutes left. I'm trying to remember, this was seconded. You can help me. I think it was seconded.
Yes, Minister, it was seconded by Councillor Carr.
That's right. And so we have Councillor Boyle, you have 3 minutes left. Then Councillor Swanson. Kirby Young is not here, so she shouldn't be on this queue. Then Councillor Domino and Councillor Bly. Okay, Councillor Boyle, so if you're ready, you can continue on with your 3 minutes whenever clerks are we unrecessed, clerks?
Yep, it should be fine now, Mr.
Okay, great. So I'll start your clock, Councillor Boyle. 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
I actually think I won't repeat what I said before our lunch break. So I'm done for now on this
great.
amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you're up for 5 minutes.
I have an amendment to the amendment, which I sent in earlier this morning.
Okay.
Basically calling for an additional 5 million reduction in the police budget to be added to the budget of the city's arts, culture, and community services groups to lead the transformation away from the criminalization of poverty and towards community-led safety and harm reduction services.
Okay.
So in the last 6 months or so, we've had literally hundreds of speakers eloquently calling on us to reimagine how we see policing and plead with us to ensure that people who are homeless, sex workers, drug users, and people with mental health issues, and people who are Black and Indigenous can also be safe. Our oath of office tells us to pay special attention to people who are vulnerable. We heard Nicole Luongo tell us if you're hungry, you can't call the police, but if someone is rummaging in your garbage bin, you can. We heard the police tell us that they would welcome help with these kinds of calls. We passed a motion in July calling on staff to talk with groups that support people who are policed and get their feedback about how the city could support existing and future community-based harm reduction and safety services. Some of the people who spoke to us said they don't feel safe because of that they think we need more police. Others, mostly the more vulnerable, who our oath of office says we need to pay special attention to, say they don't feel safe because of policing and that they need other community-led resources. So this amendment is about expanding our definition of safety so it includes everyone in our community. I hope I can get a seconder.
Boyle, I'll second. Mayor, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So that has been seconded by Councillor Boyle. We're in the amendment queue now. If anybody wants to speak to Councillor Swanson's amendment, please go ahead. Councillor Boyle, over to you. Up to 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege, it's Councillor DeGenova. If I could be placed in the wait room. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thought you were there. I'm just going to hold this clerk until the clerks.
Minister, we're ready to go.
Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks. I am happy to speak in support of this. As Councillor Swanson said, we heard very clearly from speakers that there are residents who feel safer with an increased presence of police, and there are residents who don't feel safer with an increased presence of police. And I think it is part of our job to hear all of those voices and to figure out the balance moving forward. And so ultimately, I feel strongly that there are a couple of solutions that we need to be looking at going forward. And of course, one of them is the advocacy that we can and should continue to ramp up to refund the decades of cuts that we've seen from other levels of government to mental health supports, to welfare rates, to affordable housing, so that we can get to the root cause of many of the types of calls that police end up responding to these days. And I think that we need a new additional type of public service that can respond to emergency calls with an expertise in de-escalation and in mental health supports that's trauma-informed, that's connected to communities. Of course, neither of those solutions will happen tomorrow. And so in the meantime, it's our responsibility to look at the bucket of funds that we put towards public safety and how we can make sure each dollar that goes in that direction is best used. And having spent quite a bit of time in this past year listening to communities talk about what would work best for them, I feel comfortable that that reallocating this additional amount from the police budget to go into community-led supports would be in the best interest of public safety for everyone across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'm going to move on to Councillor Hardwick now for up to 5 minutes.
Yes, it was interesting hearing the dichotomy of speakers that addressed council on the subject of defunding the police, or which I think we can all agree is not a great way to describe what the aims are, but rather of redistribution of a certain amount of activity, especially around dealing with social issues. But one of the key things that came up in the even in what Councillor Swanson says is we need the resources to do this. And I remind us that the resources that we're talking about here are the property taxpayers of the city. And these are the people, when we are hearing from our speakers, that are the ones whose property is being, the levels of theft and damage are significant. And we have to bear that in mind. It's also concerning to me that, again, we are in a pandemic and we're going out to our taxpayers with a 5% tax increase and drawing $57 million down on our reserves. We acknowledge, I think, that we are not even at the bottom of this at this time. And so to be making these kinds of changes at this time, I think is misguided in the words of Dr. Bonnie Henry, not forever, but for now. Now is not the time. And well, I think that there's a lot of discussion that can take place. It's really incredibly important that we continue to support the VPD. And so for that reason, I'm not closing the door to this in future, and especially when we get out the other side of this, but now is not the time.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I have a point of information, and I'm wondering if may I ask a question of VPD, who's on the line, about what are the implications of what is now proposed as a cumulative reduction of nearly $11 million to the VPD budget, and what impact that would have on services in the city?
Sure. Perhaps I can go through the city manager to direct this question as you see fit.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor and Council. I do see we've got someone from VPD. Maybe would have them address it directly. And
Hey, hi,
are you able to unmute? You there?
It's Adam Palmer. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Perfect. So yeah, I'm happy to address this because you know, these are important conversations, and these will have huge public safety implications for the people of our city, for the taxpayers, for the public, for the business owners, and every member of our society, because we are the police for the entire community, not just for a small segment of the community. And I think that I see a lot of, you know, different sort of approaches and rhetoric coming into this conversation that's quite frankly misinformed or not understood. And while it's important to hear all the voices and a balance of opinions, it's also important to hear from the experts in public safety who have been policing the city for decades and know it better than anybody else. What I'll say to this is that in the initial motion from Councillor Boyle, where you talked about having the same amount of money in 2021 as 2020, which sounds harmless to somebody that's just listening from afar, but what that actually means is that a 2% cut, or about $6.5 million, or 70 fewer police officers. When you add on this new motion of an additional $5 million, that would be an additional that would be laying off another 38 police officers. So about 110 police officers less than we need in the city right now, and a total reduction of about $11.4 million. This coming at a time when we're already down, would put us way below staffing levels from 15 years ago. We're in the middle of a pandemic, an opioid crisis, public survey saying that the public does not feel safe and want more police, crime patterns where violent crime is up in 16 of our 24 neighborhoods, serious assaults are up in 19 of 24 neighborhoods, and people in Yaletown, Strathcona, Chinatown, Granville, other areas are crying for more help and assistance from the police. And your officers are responding to over 700 calls for service every day. This is not something to be taken lightly, and this is something that really has to be well understood. You're actually asking other departments across the city to take a 1% cut when you cut a core and essential service by 3.6%. that will have significant impacts on public safety as a core and essential service. What this will mean is fewer officers. Just to give you an example, 70 officers, and that's even without an additional 38 to 40 officers that would have to be laid off, they would take over 20,000 calls per year for service. That many officers is the equivalent of about the West Vancouver Police Department. That would be like removing that from the city of Vancouver, just plunking it right out. We don't have that many officers anymore. That will mean people, businesses, residents calling for police for disturbances, for people annoying, for break and enter to their businesses, for assaults, for suspicious people in their laneway, for noise complaints, you name it, people calling for assistance. Either we just won't be able to come or they're going to have to wait extraordinary amounts of time. It would also mean basically dismantling our community policing structure that was so important to everybody here in the 1990s and 2000s when we built it, and basically removing, our involvement with community policing centers would have to come to an end. And we're actually causing a significant public safety risk in this city. So council really needs to be fully aware of the consequences of your actions, and these motions that are put forward, for a political debate, but how it translates to the ground in this city is very significant, and cutting the police way beyond any other city department will have very significant impacts on public safety in this city.
Thanks. About 30 seconds left, Councillor.
Just last question, because I only have a few seconds, is are you aware of any other police departments where you're seeing significant reduction proposals like this at this time?
No, all the other major cities across Canada are seeing increases. I put a slide up in my presentation last week showing you what the average was for those increases.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We're on to Councillor Wiebe now for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will not be supportive of this amendment. I will be supportive of holding the police budget. I do think that we need to look at all alternatives as we increase our public safety. I will also be bringing forward a motion on notice for later on today to adopt a public safety strategy, recognizing that City of Vancouver does not have one. City of Burnaby just completed theirs in 2020. Ontario is actually mandated under their Safer Ontario Act. And what they recognize is that we need to shift to a proactive and collaborative approach to community safety and well-being planning, where municipalities take the lead in defining and addressing local needs. Through this approach, vulnerable populations can receive the help they need when and where they need it most from the providers best suited to support them. Municipalities are mandated to work with police services and local services in healthcare, social services, and education. So what I want to really see is a coordinated plan that really takes care of this. I know the mover of this amendment talked about how solutions aren't ready, and I think that it's in the best interest of the city, our small businesses, and our residents to look after our well-being as a complete city. And to do that, we need to put a strategy forward. But I do think that we do not need to continue to increase our investment currently in our police, but recognize the great work that they do to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Sorry, Councillor Fry.
That's okay. They mix us up all the time. Yeah, I won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment either. I appreciate Councillor Wiebe really articulated a lot of what I'm thinking, and I look forward to Councillor Wiebe's motion coming forward on community safety. I do note with some irony that back in the spring I had proposed a motion that was rejected by this council to proactively address issues around de-escalation and crisis intervention, recognizing that folks across our city are struggling with a lot of aspects of sort of this COVID world, in particular, increased perception of crime and safety challenges. And that was rejected by council. So my fear is, in fact, we're not doing anything to address the legitimate concerns of many Vancouverites, and we're not affecting any change on the sort of call volume that would be coming through, calls for service, for policing, and we don't have anything in place. So investing in these new systems is great, and I look forward to doing that as part of a strategic approach that will eventually see us deprioritize policing as a response to mental health and addictions and homelessness in these pieces. But in the interim, we have no systems in place to deal with that. So what we're essentially doing is creating a system where we'll have more call volume, calls for services that can't go answered because we don't have the capacity with the police department to deal with that in a timely manner. And so we really need to get those systems in place if we're going to take this approach in a sensible manner. And as my a good MLA friend of mine is fond of saying, fail to plan and plan to fail. So if we don't have a plan in place to deal with this, we are setting ourselves up for failure. And I think that we have heard loud and clear, lots of folks are interested in seeing a new approach to policing and deprioritizing policing as a response to that nature. But we have not built the system here in the city of Vancouver. We have not had the conversation with the province around some of their responsibilities with mental health and addictions, housing and homelessness, even the criminal justice system. There are a myriad of factors that are beyond our control. At the end of the day, we are obligated under the Police Act to provide a police force here in the city of Vancouver. I do support the proposed hold on the police budget, like we are holding every other department. But I am going to step back on this amendment to the amendment and not support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Up to 5.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that I too won't be supporting this amendment to the amendment, and will reserve in-depth comments that I do have to Councillor Boyle's initial amendment, and just to basically reiterate reasons that Councillor Reeve and Councillor Fry clearly articulated around the importance of having a plan, and that I appreciate Councillor Swanson responding to the advocacy work around rethinking how we look at poverty-related issues in our city and whether or not police are the best to respond to that. I hear and I think that the decision in council in the summer was that a unanimous decision by this council was to go and look at that, but to simply take a significant amount of funding away from what we have existing. And it's not that it's just a small part of all of the things we do in the city. Policing is a massive part of all the things that we do in the city. And to restructure that will take an enormous amount of work and commitment and political will, which I think we demonstrated in the summer. But to simply just defund, as the word has been used, with no plan, and assign that to a city department when really what we're looking at is inadequate funding in public education, public health services, many services, challenges that we face because they are underfunded, that are under the purview of the province. We need to actually work with the province to make sure that we have a proper plan in place. We may be able to afford to cover in the first year, maybe 2 years of a plan, maybe, but that bucket of money will run dry very quickly, and our demand on our property tax base to independently fund these programs instead of policing, I don't think that we have a plan in place that's going to be able to have us any of us feel very confident that we can say that we can keep up with that. So we absolutely need to speak to the province and plan this with the province. And I just want to acknowledge that this council unanimously supported the motion in the summer in a larger, more systemic context, not just to simply take away a certain amount of money in a budget. So just adding those thoughts to what's already been said, and I won't be supportive.
Thanks so much. We're on to Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thank you. I am going to echo a number of my fellow councillors' points. I absolutely also am in support of holding the police budget, but I don't support this particular amendment to the amendment on the police budget. And the reason is, as has been stated by other councillors and just now by Councillor Bly, is that we need a plan. That's what, when we had the discussion this summer with the 400 speakers that came, it was about moving and shifting resources when we knew we had the right mix of the kinds of service providers to and people responding on the street to the situations that exist there, so that the shift so that money could be used right away in that delivery of an alternative way, alternative form of services, and I very much support that happening. But I believe you develop the plan, then fund it. You don't put funding in place and then develop the plan. So I will, as I say, not be supportive of this amendment to the amendment, and look forward to potentially next year when there will be, I hope, some thoughtfulness in terms of working between departments, the Vancouver Police Department, ACCS, other service providers, to come up with a plan to really deliver on the kind of services that people are yearning for in terms of addressing the difficult situations of people in the downtown east side.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you have 3 minutes left.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple questions if I could pose to the Chief of Police.
Sure.
One of the councillors just mentioned a program in Burnaby. I think it was Councillor Weeb. And I'm wondering if you're familiar with that program.
Over to the Chief.
Yes, I am. I'm very familiar with it. That's the Burnaby Community Safety Plan. There's a similar one out in Surrey. We're very familiar with these plans. And I find it interesting that people, I don't think, are aware of the sophisticated plans that actually exist in this city that are very well established, very complex, and have a very sophisticated method of dealing with these complex issues. And all you need to do, if you look at the annual business plans of the Vancouver Police Department, the strategic plan, our mental health strategy, our pathway to wellness video, our drug policy. And if you look at the sophisticated ways that we deal with people in crisis through de-escalation, through training that is second to none anywhere in North America, and our sophisticated partnerships with mental health professionals, not just CAR 87 that gets mentioned all the time, but assertive outreach teams, assertive community treatment teams that have reduced the interactions people have with police by over 50% and hospital visits by over 60%. I really feel there's just a lack of understanding that you're looking to some plan somewhere else when actually you've got an amazing plan right here in your own backyard that can be improved upon, but the plans that are being mentioned actually aren't as sophisticated as the plans that already exist. The other point I just want to make on this as well is this is not holding the police budget to what it was in 2020. If you forget the $5 million part, but if you say you're going to hold it to what it was in 2020, that's a 2% reduction, and that's 70 fewer police officers. I just want to be clear to council and the public on that. That's what that means.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry, my other point of information is through the city to the city manager, I would imagine, or to legal, and that is under the Vancouver Charter. What must we do with respect to the police, the VPD?
The city manager.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder, it might be best that we have an in-camera discussion on that issue. I'm not exactly sure that we want to be discussing our legal obligations on the floor of council.
But it's just reading out of the charter, and it's the duty of the city to bear the expense necessary to generally maintain law and order in the city. I just wanted to establish that it is implicit in our charter, and was hoping just to have that confirmed.
And in the Police Act, actually, which governs this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'll leave it at that. I think the point's made. Thank you.
Thanks. On to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I agree that we need a plan, and we set one out in July. but nothing happened. So hopefully if we get the funding in the budget for the decriminalizing poverty motion, we could start implementing it before 2021 is over. But we won't be able to start implementing it if we don't have any money for the community-led services that we need and that the plan will hopefully come up with. So that's why we need money in the plan now. I'm just also struck by the two narratives here. The one from the police and the ones that I hear when I talk to people from Vandu, from PACE, from WISH, people who are homeless. It's like night and day. You wouldn't know they were talking about the same thing. And I think we have to, Vancouver has become a sort of leader in dealing with drug issues. And the way we've done that is by adhering to the motto, nothing about us without us, listening to what people who use drugs say that they need. And that's what we need to do in this case of policing. We need to use that motto, nothing about us without us, and listen to the voices of the people who are policed about what they need. And what they need is funded community-led services. And one place to get that money would be to reduce the police budget just a little bit. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Council, that's it for speakers on this queue. So I'm going to call a vote on Councillor Swanson's amendment to the amendment. And if you could mark Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Kirby-Yung in conflict of interest. Okay, Council, that motion, that amendment to the amendment has failed with Councillor Bly, Dominato, Weeb, Hardwick, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, back to the amendment queue. Councillor Swanson, you have 3 minutes left. Is there anything you want to say to Councillor Bly's, Councillor Boyle's amendment?
No, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato, you're next up on the queue, up to 3 minutes. Oh, sorry, 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'd like to move an amendment to Councillor Boyle's proposal, and I'm hoping staff could bring that up.
Sure. Let's take a look here. There we go. It's come up now. So if you want to speak to this first or
yes,
move it or, yeah, okay, go ahead. Whatever you want to. Okay, you want to move it? You want to move it? Do we have a seconder then for this?
Second.
Councillor Harvick. Okay, so now we're on amendment to the amendment queue, and Councillor Dominato will put you on the list there. So go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the opportunity to have this discussion. Appreciate the dialogue that's happening at Council right now. I think it's an important one. But what has really stood out to me is we do have a number of diverse voices in this discussion, and we do have to have a city where everyone feels safe, everyone feels welcome, and that goes for everyone, and that we have the services that are necessary. We've obviously heard relayed through the police board as well as the VPD management what they're observing in terms of escalation around violence and concerns around public safety. And I equally heard from a number of residents and groups about the fact that we need to undertake a paradigm shift around how we deliver services in terms of policing. And I'll be bringing forward a subsequent amendment around that. But with respect to this amendment, this specifically proposes that Council approve and endorse what was put forward by the Vancouver Police Board, which was a status quo budget that would be for 2021, which would ensure keeping the lights on, ensuring that the officers that were brought on last year would be, so I think it was 34 officers, would be working in the front lines, serving the community. It as well includes funding for the community policing offices, which we heard positive feedback for in terms of the grassroots approach that they undertake in serving neighborhoods, largely volunteer-based and community-based. And I think it's critically important that at a time right now when we're hearing both real concerns and perceived concerns about public safety, that we're maintaining that funding, because what in fact is proposed by Councillor Boyle's amendment is not simply a reframing of the staff recommendation, it's actually a deeper reduction, more equivalent to 2% reduction, and would have to be absorbed. And I think the risk, as we heard from Chief Palmer, is that we'd actually see potentially 70 fewer police officers. And I want to be very clear in bringing this forward that I agree that we need to expand our definition of safety, and that policing itself does not address intergenerational trauma, poverty, homelessness, mental health, and addictions. I've been a longtime advocate that we need to do a number of paradigm shifts, both around how we respond to health issues, and the VPD's been very clear about that as well in terms of mental health and addictions. But currently they are often the front lines. And I think to the points that were made earlier, is you absolutely need to have a plan. It's failing to plan is planning to fail. And you don't build a budget and then develop a policy framework, a service delivery framework. You figure out what your service delivery framework is. What are the outcomes you want to achieve? How do you want to serve the public and residents? How are you going to do that? How are you going to work in partnership with the different agencies that are critical to all of this work, both the service providers, the social service agencies, and then you figure out your budget from there. And I think that conversation needs to take place, and I'll be bringing an amendment after this around that. But in the interim, I think that we need to hold the line, and this is actually what is holding the line. What is currently proposed does not. It is a further reduction to the police budget, and I really think that's out of step with what the public has been saying at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thank you. I've been thinking about this quite carefully, and as we've observed, all the departments across the city have taken a haircut in recognition of the city's situation. Our revenues are down. We've had furloughs and layoffs over a considerable number of months now during this pandemic. So I'm sympathetic to the desire and the appearance even that everybody takes a haircut. Council and has done that at least symbolically. But then I look at the police and I look at what's going on out there, and I am very concerned when the police board comes forward and says, this is not a good idea. We are on the street. We know what's going on. This is not empire building. This is public safety. I'm inclined to listen to that line of thinking. Now, I'm certainly sensitive to what I've been hearing from others, but as I think it was Councillor Bly pointed out quite articulately, these are really the role and responsibility of the provincial government and other health agencies in many cases. So why do we think that in order to be able to deal with mental health and addiction issues, that money ought to come out of the police department? That is not logical to me. I think there are other sources that we need to be looking to appropriately for that. So given these considerations, that this is a status quo, this represents what the police board is asking us for, is a status quo budget. They are overstressed, just as I've said in other cases about not forever, but for now. For now, we are in the depths of a pandemic, and the public safety is being tried in a way that certainly I haven't experienced in my lifetime. So on measure, I think the wisest thing to do is to support the police board in their budget. But I am very I take the points about we need a plan. We need to look at what other jurisdictions are doing, although I was impressed by Chief Palmer's remarks about the level of sophistication we're already seeing. But I think we have to be looking to other sources of funding to deal with this problem. And those are my thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to add a couple of remarks regarding the amendment. I also am not supportive of this amendment. I am supportive of staff recommendations, and by the sounds of it, I might be the only one. I'm not sure. But I am supportive of staff recommendations because, which I will speak to, but I just wanted to further acknowledge a previous comment that I had made and to not be taken out of context, that and fair enough, Chief Palmer calls it sophistication, and I would agree to some level, but I also think it's complicated. And so when I make a comment, for example, that the enormity of the police work that is undertaken and relied upon, whether it ought to be or not, based on the way the systems have been set up until right now, this moment in time, there's a huge risk in underfunding or taking away funding without putting the proper plan in place. So we figured that out in the previous discussion. Now we're looking at adding funding, which to me is moving in the wrong direction also. I think we have a responsibility to contractual agreements, which is what we need to maintain. And any additional funding to the police department, well, I think that the way that we create change is to work together. And everybody in the city, every department in the city has had to look at their budget and look and see what can they do to become more efficient and deliver services with an abbreviated version of their budget. And
Oh, did you go on? I think you went on mute, Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly? Councillor Bly, I think you're on mute. Council, can folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bly, you're on mute. Councillor Bly, I'll just stop your clock. You're on mute, Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly. You're on mute, Councillor Bly. You're still on mute.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to give her a call.
Texted her, Mayor, but
okay, thanks. You're on mute, Councillor Bly. We've missed probably the last minute and a half. Perhaps you're double muted. Did you hit the button?
I didn't get an answer to my call either.
Okay, I think she's trying to sort this out. That's odd. So still can't hear you, Councillor Bly. I don't know what happened. You got out in the middle of what you were saying. Lost maybe a minute or so, a minute and a half.
Mayor Stewart, Councillor Bly has requested to get back on the queue, but I see that there's nobody else. If
There's
we can
nobody
give
else
her...
on the queue.
Okay, I'll let her know.
Just point of procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Given that she is the last on the queue and that we do have that rule about not proceeding with a vote, if a councillor has somehow disconnected, maybe we should take a break.
Sure, it would take
until
5.
She's back on.
We'll take 5 minutes, Council, and then yes, we couldn't proceed with the vote anyway, so we'll take 5 minutes and we'll come back at 3:15.
Thank you.
Hey, your sound kind of dropped out. We couldn't hear you. You couldn't hear us for about the last minute and a half or so, maybe a minute and 15 seconds. So
okay, well, I'll just try and summarize where I was going.
Okay, and we're ready to go whenever you are.
Thank you. So the thing that what I want to describe is in the summer I happened upon at a very specific moment a young man that climbed over the fence of the railing of a viaduct. And what I witnessed is the first responder was a police officer. And I thought to myself, what happened if that police officer was not able to respond as quickly as he did? He managed to stay with the person, and then mental health workers were able to arrive as well, supplementary about 5 or 6, maybe even 7 or 8 minutes later. And it really became quite clear to me in that moment that until we reorganize, like restructure and adequately fund the correct services in partnership with the province, we can't just take away that, perhaps that officer that was able to respond to that incident. And so I don't support adding funding outside of contractual agreements, because I do believe that we're able to, that the police are, the police board are able to find efficiencies within the organization. But I also don't support taking away funding that goes outside of contractual agreements that could cost frontline workers being available to respond to the way that we are structured right now. The police budget portion of our city budget is enormous. I won't argue with that. And it could be restructured differently so that it did not hold such a large portion of our overall city budget. But until we work with advocates, police, the province, we can't move forward, because the risk to society could be that young man that stepped over that railing. And I'm not willing to vote in favor of that. I'm not willing to put that at risk at any point in time. So I think we have to understand that who we've heard from are people who are marginalized in society, who have felt criminalized because of poverty. And that's not right either. But what we need to do, and what I hope we start to hear, is the willingness from the police board and the chief of police to get around a table and start to look at how do we restructure this. I know for sure police are doing police work that they shouldn't be doing. And I have a question around the whole notion of proactive policing in the sense of scope creep. Police are there to respond to criminal activity, and the criminal justice system has immense flaws that create a repetitive challenge of dealing with of repeat offenders. And so the whole system needs to be rethought, and it is going to take political will, and we're all looking at each other around the table saying who's going to do it. I think it's time to do it. I think we shouldn't be adding funding. I think we shouldn't be taking away funding. I think we meet our contractual agreements and we stay the course, and we push to get everyone around the table to make the changes that need to be made. So those are my overall comments. Thank you for the patience with the technical issues.
No problem. Thanks very much. Okay, Council. So that's it on the speakers list for this. Councillor Dominato's amendment to Councillor Boyle's amendment. So I'm going to call a vote on this. And it's waiting for Councillor Carr.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, somehow my mouse isn't moving.
Okay.
So in opposition.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. So Council, that has failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. And we're going to go back to the queue. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else on Councillor Boyle's amendment?
Yes, Mayor, I have a point of parliamentary procedure, and it is just with respect to voting on this, is whether Councillors Kirby-Young, Councillors DeGenova will be participating in part of this the way it's been segregated or not.
Yep, it's a really good question. Yes, so I the clerk and I and Anita met on this for 2 hours last night about just how we can make this all work so it's fair for everyone, that it's allowing council to move amendments in how they want, and also to allow the maximum participation of people who have conflicts. So in this structuring, it's my understanding that the councillors can vote on, if the clerks can maybe pull up the proposed amendment, there it is that they would be in conflict on EA, but not on EB. So, but they will need to confirm this when they come back.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
But we would, but of course, this is all theoretical until the remaining of council that is not in conflict in any of these issues decides this is where we want to go. So until it's confirmed, then they would have to look at it and then decide how they want to vote, or if they do.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Do you have anything else on this?
No, not on this at this time.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councillor Bly, anything else on Councillor Boyle's amendment?
No, thank you. I've made my remarks. Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick.
That must be a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Boyle. You have about 3 minutes left on this.
Thanks, Mayor. And actually, I had to circulate just a minor amendment to my own amendment, which I apologize for, but I had worked with legal on the language and got an update that the word net shouldn't be included in front of operating budget in two parts of the new main language of E. So again, I am really sorry for this. Hopefully it's simple enough, but my amendment is just to remove the word net in front of operating budget.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there's any objections to making these changes. Are there any objections to this text changed? And just a verbal. I don't hear any, so I think I'll just instruct the clerks to go ahead and make those changes so we don't have to go through all our voting queues and all that stuff.
Okay, appreciate that, Council. Again, I apologize for that. I don't have anything else to say on this amendment.
Great. So now we're moving to a voting queue, and I will ask the clerks to pull up the final amendment that we'd be voting on here, so we can all take a look at it. So striking B and replacing and adding this extra text to E. So if there's no objections, I'm going to call a vote on this now. Okay, Council, that has passed with Councillor Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, Council, so now we're back at the main queue with the report amended so far. I think we need now invite back in Councillors Dejanova and Kirby-Young. And I'll just wait until they're back in from the waiting room.
Councillor Dejanova, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young? Mayor, sir, we don't have Councillor Kirby-Young on WebEx, so we will have to email her to let her know.
Okay, I'm just while we're waiting to do that, just a reminder that so Councillor Boyle, you have about 4 minutes left. If there's, and again, just to remind Council, we've moved the entire report from staff. We are amending it as we go, and then once that's done, we'll have staff kind of recalculate A and I. A is the global amount for the operating budget, and I is the property tax increase. And then we'll vote on in a severed motion to allow all the folks who have conflicts to participate to the fullest.
Councillor Kirby-Young, can we do a quick audio check?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're ready to go. So Councillor Boyle, you have about 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a second amendment to move, which I also circulated to Council many hours ago now,
Okay.
which was an amendment to A of the report.
Okay.
Swanson second.
Okay.
Should I speak to it now? Or
well, it has been seconded. It has been seconded, so I will move us to an amendment queue. I'm just going to, Councillor
Point of
Boyle.
privilege.
Just 1 second. Councillor Boyle has the floor because she moves the motion. I'll reset the timers here. Councillor Dejanova, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, just because I'm coming back into the meeting, I'm just going to see this amendment. I was hoping for maybe a legal recess, as I hadn't seen this amendment earlier.
Well,
wasn't circulated well in advance when I come to the meeting with my legal advice.
It was circulated around 11:30 a.m.
Yep.
Yes,
so I will put you on the list, Councillor Dejanova. I mean, you're more than welcome to call for a recess at any point, but we would vote on that.
Of course we would. Thank you.
So do you are you moving a motion for a recess? Councillor Dejanova?
I see others on the queue first, Mr. Mayor, so I'm happy to wait until it comes down to me to do so. I also want to make sure Councillor Kirby-Young is on the line because I think it's only fair and right to wait for her.
Yeah, we did. We tested we're all good to go. Okay, Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. So my amendment to A is a housekeeping piece at first, as folks will see on the screen, to remove the reference to recommendation B, since Council in our last vote before this removed recommendation B. And then the additional part is to add C and add a number of specific investments, which I think are very important at this time and speak to needs that we have been seeing and hearing from the public in the past year, and that allow us to, that we're able to make investments in while keeping the tax increase under 5% because of the previous decision Council just made to hold the police budget at its 2020 level. So I'll just read out those particular investments. And the first is $150,000 towards efforts around the revitalization of Indigenous languages, which is work Council had previously committed to and then was delayed due to COVID, but came out of a motion I was proud to bring forward a while ago. Similarly, some work to some $100,000 to begin work with South Asian communities on addressing historic discrimination. An increase of $72,000, an investment for the citizen advisory committees, which we've been hearing could benefit from additional support and training, as well as resources to be able to provide childcare for these resident volunteers who are committing that time, and honorariums for elders. So all part of that bucket. And then increased investments for street cleaning, which we all know and hear is important. And I just want to point out the first language that I circulated around this actually had more money in here for street cleaning, but didn't include funding for the VPL around fine barriers because of library fines. And I have rejigged those numbers because in the previous capital vote, Council decided not to fund the library ask and instead to put that funding towards street cleaning. So I've just tried to balance that out in this amendment to make sure that we're investing in both of those here. And then as well, some funding to regularize the city clerks. Some of staff in the city clerk's office, as anyone who watches Council will know, our meetings have been going longer than past councils, and that obviously requires additional staffing. And so we need to make sure that we are supporting that we have those staff so we can continue to do the work of hearing from the public who sign up to come and speak to us. So those are the priority investments that I am suggesting. And again, just want to really point out that these investments highlight work to address racism and reconciliation, to support engagement and democracy, to reduce barriers to access, and to continue to enhance street cleaning across the city. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thanks so much, Councillor Wiebe. Up to 5.
Yeah, I'll be very supportive of these priorities. I really appreciate that the Indigenous language revitalization is coming back. I think this was a key. And obviously we had an event at City Council Chambers, and it was something I was looking forward to. It's great to see that we can find funding to make this happen. I think the citizen advisory committees, it's been 6+ years that I've been sitting on multiple advisory committees, and this has been an ask to help ensure that there's equity and that there's services available for people that are coming and really delivering some important work to community involvement and democracy at City Hall. I think that the city clerk's office support's also critical, and I really like the idea of having the 1 week to kind of kickstart the VPL. There are a few things that I would also like to see on this, so I have sent in an amendment to this amendment, and I've sent that into the clerk if I could have that posted.
I'm happy to second that one, Boyle.
Thanks so much. I'll move to an amendment Q2. And if folks want to speak to this, please put yourself on the list.
Yeah, and so for me, the first one, the 200,000 for Indigenous planning relations, this is for a high level position. And this is something that when I sat on the Urban Indigenous Advisory Panel for 4 years and I was at the Park Board, was key in talking about how we really move forward with decolonization, and we really start to address some of the serious concerns and serious wrongdoings in the city. And we need key positions and key people that really have that understanding and cultural knowledge to bring this work forward. So I want to make sure that that's included in this. I also want to thank Hardwick, Colleen Hardwick, for all her work in really bringing the Auditor General Office to where it has come. I think her leadership in this has been outstanding. I think it's critical. I think that the way it's been brought together, the way it has a great cross-partisan team, and has just kind of seamlessly come through. And I know that it's been because of her leadership. And so I want to see that move forward. And then talking about the community policing centers, I know in working with the BIA as a former president, the community policing centers and ensuring we have volunteers are another way to ensure that we can increase public safety, because public safety is a component that we all have to do. It's a job for everyone in the city to ensure that we have a safe city. And I think it's integral that we move forward with community policing centers, and then recognizing the amount of calls we get to increase our park cleanliness and safety, safety of washrooms, opportunities to have people feel like when they go to the playgrounds and around the city that they feel a sense of well-being and safety. And so I think these are all extremely critical as we move forward as a city, recognizing that we're in a difficult situation. That's everything.
Thanks so much. And Councillor Boyle had seconded this. So next on the list is Councillor Dejanova. Up to 5.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick point of information to you for staff.
Okay.
Is this in addition to the one-time initiatives that are funded? Because I don't see veterans parking here. So if this passed, I would then have to add in from contingency or from somewhere else veterans parking. So I just wanted to make sure that this was in addition to the one-time initiatives. This was not instead of. Is that correct?
I think it's probably best to the movers at that part at this point. So
well,
if
I'd
you
like
want
to know how staff would interpret this if it passed, the amendment and the amendments.
Okay, perhaps the city manager can have a crack at this one, or the CFO.
Yeah, sure. I mean, my understanding is that this is in addition to the one-time investments that were made. in the previous vote.
Okay, Councillor
So,
DeGenova.
just to follow up to that, just to be very clear, when we see the amended motion that we will be voting on, veterans parking, if this amendment, the amendment would pass, and the amended amendment passes, we would see veterans parking included on the list as it was in the chart.
Back to the city manager or to the clerks.
Yeah, my understanding is that was a one-time investment that was voted on previously, and that would remain, that these investments are separate.
Okay, and are these investments one time as you see them, or are they ongoing?
Perhaps that's
my understanding is these are ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova, anything else?
No, that's all for now.
Okay, Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I may have to cut this short because the dog's barking.
Okay.
I just want to appreciate the original amendment and Councillor Weeb's amendment to the amendment. I'm really especially appreciative of the inclusion of course, the Auditor General Office, which I think is a critical aspiration for this council and an important work in 2021. But I also really want to highlight the inclusion of the community policing centers, which in the context of how we reprioritize policing and in talking about systems that we don't have in place, this is one system that we do have in place and that is an effective tool towards shifting some of that narrative and creating a new kind of outreach. So I'm really happy to see the inclusion of that. Thanks, Councillor Weeb and Councillor Boyle for the original amendment. Very appreciative. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I have several questions on both, but I guess I need to restrict my questions at this point to the amendment, correct, Mr. Mayor?
That's right.
And then the amendment later. So the first question I have, and perhaps point of information to the mover through you, if I might.
Sure.
Because I believe these, just on the quick math here, so the amendment totals about another $1.2 million. What is your proposed source of funding for adding to the operating budget? Where do you envision this coming from?
I guess that'd be to Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, the funding will come from the past amendment we just voted on that was to hold the police budget.
But that has not passed at this point, correct? In the overall budget, it has yet to pass.
We'll vote on all those. Just if I can, I'll just stop your clock here, Councillor Kirby-Yung. If you want to, I'll just start on the procedure. Is so what we're doing is running through all the proposed amendments, and then staff would recalculate A and I, and then we would go through and vote on each of those motions individually, severing where we have to make sure folks have maximum ability to participate.
Okay, I'll do a follow-up point of information to staff if I could then.
Sure. Yes.
Would see some of these things being inconsistent with the direction of the previous amendment in terms of cutting policing, that it could essentially go to anything?
Yeah, so I guess I can go to this. So yeah, this is coming from the operation budget.
Sorry, hold on. 1 second. Yeah. If you guys, so I direct the points of information. I'll direct this to the city manager.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understood the question. Was it how these are different?
To staff's understanding of the previous amendment that passed while I was in the waiting room, with respect to where that potential reduction in policing funds was intended to go, if it was open for any budget center, if it was intended to go more towards specific departments or specific areas, like AC versus any number of departments, for example. Just wondering what staff's understanding of that is.
My understanding of the last vote was that that would produce a savings by funding the police less. That would then be allocated in this way, or go back to reducing the tax rate, or go into the reserves. So my understanding is that at this point, this amendment is proposing to allocate some of those funds that are no longer going to police to these new sources. That's how I'm interpreting this.
Okay, I'll leave it there because I want to save the rest of my time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually going to have to come back on the queue. I have a couple of questions, but I'll come back on. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Oh, Sorry, that's holdover. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
thanks. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Kirby-Young actually asked my point of information, and you know, I'm struggling with this one because I think they're all obviously initiatives that I supported, but I'm starting to be a little bit troubled by the process of how this budget is coming together. So I'm going to reserve my comments at this time. I'm not sure where I'm at with this particular amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just hold off and listen to others for a minute.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Point of information, I'd like to understand, we had to get to the $5 million, to get to the 5% property tax increase, that included 57 million from reserves and 8 million from capital, and we've gone, which is in D, which we've gone over previously. Does adding this increase property taxes beyond that 5% threshold?
Again, I'll just go through the process, Councillor Hardwick, is that we don't know yet because there are going to be a number of amendments. It looks like there's a bunch of people on the queue. Once we're done all the amendments, staff will take a recess. Staff will go back and calculate letter A, which is the global amount, and letter I, which is the property tax increase, and then come back and tell us what we can expect. And then we will vote on these things. So that's kind of where we're at the moment.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I don't know quite why I'm on the list so many times.
Okay,
but,
no problem.
But
You're on again.
I will speak as one,
Okay.
only the one time. And it really is to speak in support of the amendment to the amendment, which is what is on the table right now, and speak very strongly in support of the need for Indigenous planning and relations. As one of the 2 liaisons from Council to the Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee, along with Councillor Boyle, that committee made it so clear to us that they would hope for a budget to include more of this kind of planning and a relationship building. So I'm very happy to be supporting that end of it, and I'm very supportive of the Office of the Auditor General. I've called for that office over many terms. I congratulate and thank Councillor Hardwick for her incredible and diligent work on developing the support for that office. Just in terms of that amendment to the amendment, I'm totally supportive.
Thank you so much. Councillor Dejanova, you're up. You've got 3 minutes left.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor, that was a holdover from my
Okay.
other point of information.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, 4.5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is an interesting vote because we're voting on specific items to be funded, which I support. The source of the funds, I voted in opposition, so I'm not really sure how I would vote in favor of this, even though I fully support the work to be done. And I think it's worth noting that there are other places that this funding could have come from, including maintaining staff recommendation around the police budget. The Office of the Auditor General has been in the works for over a year and a half, including bylaw changes. So why that wasn't actually funded in the original budget, I may never understand. And in 300,000. So, and the other two, of course, support, but there's many other places where that funding could be found. So I am voting in opposition to this amendment because I voted in opposition to the change that sourced these funds. So I just, for the record, want to state the context for my vote.
Okay, thanks so much.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I've been trying to get on the queue. I have seem to have technical problems. So
Sure, I can put you on the queue. Sure.
After Councillor Dejanova, that'd be great. Thank you.
So I have you, clerks, maybe you can look into this. I have Councillor Dominato has listed a request to speak, but it shows up as Councillor Dejanova.
I can't get off the queue, Mr. Mayor. I've
There
been
we go.
trying.
I'm going to try.
Thank you.
So
yeah,
maybe
I don't
Mayor,
know.
I could go ahead with a point
Yes.
of information through
Please,
you.
Please do it. I'm just trying to figure out how much time you have left. There we go. I think we fixed it now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor, to question to staff. I'm just seeking some confirmation I've understood correctly. So what's tabled between the two different amendments right now is 2.5 million in spending expenditures, and staff would, instead of directing any savings from the police budget, they would then direct it to these items, many of which are ongoing operational costs. Is that correct?
Over to staff.
Yeah, my understanding of the motions that are on the table is that there is a $2.5 million reduction to the VPD that would result in an allocation, instead of going to the VPD, to these items that are listed here. And so they both add up to 2.5 million. So that's the way that I would interpret what's being done here.
Okay, thank you. And could you comment on, there seems to be some duplication there. It seems that some of this work is contemplated in the considerations D that was recommended by staff to consider. And so are we duplicating in terms of investments?
City manager?
Not the way I'm interpreting this, no. I mean, I think there were some items that were included in the considerations that were funded on a one-time basis. And there are some items that are being proposed here that would be on an ongoing basis. And so I don't see, it seems like some of them would be funded one time and some would be funded on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I guess my last point in question would be is your interpretation of this would be that that the savings from the police budget would be directed to these items, but not to the different nonprofits and social service agencies and organizations that had been advocating for funding to do frontline work in terms of harm reduction and community support. Is that correct?
City manager?
Yeah, I guess what I'd say is that this amendment calls for funds to be allocated to these items. So that's how I would interpret it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I understand that it is my choice, and at any time I can come back into this meeting and leave it depending on legal advice. And I received legal advice telling me I could be in this meeting. Yet, however, because of the number of times and the significant mention of where this funding is coming from and the fact that I could not just vote on that motion, it does not feel appropriate to me to be in this meeting at this point in time. So for reasons of conflict of interest, as it had been previously stated, I will conflict out of this and will ask to be put in the waiting room at this point for this specific vote and these amendments.
Okay.
Just these amendments.
Sure, we'll call you back in after these two are over. Councillor Carr, up to 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add to my previous comments after hearing the clarification by Mr. City Manager, Mr. Johnson, that I think the list of these particular items that would be funded to include the 300,000 for community policing centers and for parks cleanliness and safety are, I think, an indication of the kind of shift that if there is to be a larger shift from the VPD budget to more community based work and leadership on safety and equity issues. I think that these last two items that I didn't comment previously on are really appropriate additions. I'm very impressed by the community policing centers, and 9 of the 11 are run by nonprofit societies. They have community members who sit on the board. I know that in the case of the Cole Harbour West End Community Policing Center, there are 150 volunteers from the community. They are out there being very thoughtful about the people in the West End. There's been a great increase in the number of homeless people living on the street. They approach them, I think, with care and concern around their safety, with suggestions of how they might seek help or support. And that's just one of the many, many things that they do. So I'm very happy around that. And obviously, we've heard from the public that park cleanliness and safety is so critical in these days of COVID when our parks are needed more than ever by the residents of Vancouver. So happy to see these additions.
Thanks. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, just one last comment. The goal is not to take one thing away from someone and put it somewhere else. The goal is that these are initiatives that I really wanted to see move forward. These are critical to the betterment of the City of Vancouver, and I wanted to see them move forward. And then obviously, as the mayor talked about, we'll look at the options and look at the funding as we go. But I want to make sure that we focus on doing this good work, because this is work that we've put forward and needs to be moved as a city.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I will call a vote on this.
Privilege, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yep, that's me. I just wanted to confirm that I did consult with City Legal, who advised me that I am able to stay in this vote. So I just want to say that for the record, that I had done my due diligence on that.
Okay, thanks very much. And so I'm going to call a vote on this amendment to the amendment. This is Councillor Wiebe's amendment to Councillor Boyle's amendment. There we go. Okay, Council, this is passed with Councillor Bly and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Going to go back to the next queue. So, Councillor Wiebe, did you have anything else?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova's recused herself. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else on this item?
Yeah, I have a question for you, and it's a point of procedure pursuant to section 8.7F as to whether or not this main amendment, I guess now original amendment, is actually frivolous because it contains the item for the library program that council has already considered and voted on in this meeting.
So that is, you're asking if it's in order?
Correct.
Okay.
Pursuant to section 8.7F.
Okay, I will have a chat with the clerk and I'll come right back to you. Hey, Councillor Kirby-Young, I've been talking back and forth with the clerk. So my understanding of what happened with the library board funding is that Councillor Boyle brought forward an amendment to the budget which included consideration of library board funding. Then you moved an amendment to the amendment which struck out that language and instead replaced it with funding for micro cleaning. Then we approved that. However, in doing that, we actually didn't consider the library funding. We didn't vote on it. We struck it from consideration. And so that would mean this is in order. I hope that explanation is clear.
Yeah, I think it is, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. So your timer's going back. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 5 minutes on this one.
Yeah, I'd like to send in an amendment, which I'm just emailing now, and it's because I had intended to bring forward a further amendment later today with respect to street cleaning. Because I think we received I'm sending this into the clerk, we received a memo from staff that actually indicated that in the 680 that's in recommendation D really only sort of supports primarily encampments and urban issues. And they provided council with another suite of options for a further total of $2.2 million in funding, 675,000 potentially for one-time funding items, and 1.5 million in street cleaning, indicating, a series of options and obviously speaking to the critical need in street cleaning. And I'm just concerned that $450,000 isn't going to cut it when you look at the stats. And, they provided us with a 3-year chart that shows just continuing increase in all the street cleaning, abandoned calls through 311, street sidewalk litter can calls, ongoing feces, discarded needles, litter, and so on. And so the amendment I sent in proposes an additional $550,000 towards those initiatives that would round it up in conjunction with Councillor Boyle's 450 to an even $1 million, about half of the potential additional amount that was staff provided in a memo for council's consideration. And I think that that's a critical need in our city, and it makes sense to do that, particularly on things like the sidewalk litter cans, because we know that we have issues with overflowing and insufficient cans across the city. And so I have proposed the amendment for that reason to this amendment.
Thanks. And what I'm going to ask you before, I'm just going to stop your clock here, Councillor Kirby-Young, and I'm going to ask you on this amendment, where are you putting it? Because right now we are on the amendment queue with the just trying to remember if clerks could pull up where we are. I have stopped your clock. So
Councillor Boyle's amendment, so it would be an addition. To her amendment.
Yeah, so this is A, we're amending. So is this also supposed to be an A? Is that where you want this to be? Attached to?
I'm just looking at the screen here. No, I think it would be an addition below C.
It would be D?
It would be a D.
Or would you be street cleaning is already.
It's in a C. She's got it listed there as C.
C4 is $450,000. Would you be amending that amount, or?
I just put it in as just for clarity and for time as a separate point. So the way the language is written, and it says a further 550,000. So I think it could stand as a separate point.
I think you're right, actually. So I think that could stand as okay. So we'll bring it in. I'll ask clerks to just add it as yes, and because it is a separate letter, then it's actually not. Let me just think here. Just trying to think. I'm just going to have to pause and come back to see whether or not this would actually be a separate amendment or whether we can actually add it on. I'll just have to check with the clerks 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, we can add this into as an amendment to the amendment if we add a further that, and if you'll allow me as chair just to put that in, then that would be in order, and we would move, if it's seconded, we would move to an amendment to the amendment queue.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, great. So we're in the amendment to the amendment queue. If anybody wants to speak to this, Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, if you'll allow, I have a point of order or a question to the mover of this amendment to the amendment.
Information. Yep.
Point of information. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
I have possibly a couple points of information, but the first one is I'm wondering what the proposed source of these, noting the amendment we have so far adds up to the same amount that was previously held from the police budget. I'm wondering if the proposals, this would be an increase to the tax rate cover this amount, or what the source of funds would be.
Thanks so much. Over to Councillor Kirby-Young.
I think there is opportunity to draw from contingency reserve, and often there's also opportunity when council gives direction for staff to recalibrate the budget if they have revenues that differ from anticipated or the ability to manage expenses. And so for clarity, because council is in the midst of a discussion that includes street cleaning, I thought it made more sense to have a wholesome discussion here, as opposed to bringing a separate amendment.
Councillor Boyle.
Okay. Again, just to clarify, because I know the amount of work that went into making those previous amendments balance out to stay under 5%. My point of information to the mover of the amendment is if what staff came back with was that this additional amendment would require an increase to the tax rate, if the mover of this amendment would support that higher tax rate to cover it.
I would support adding an amendment to take it from contingency because we have room to do that.
To pull it as a one-time expense out of the reserve?
Out of contingency.
Okay, then I guess I have a point of information through you, Mayor, to staff, which is if we were to fund this additional amendment out of contingency, would it be an ongoing investment or would it be a one-time expense that would then need to be covered by a tax increase in next year's budget?
Over to the city manager, to your discretion. You might be on mute, city manager.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, my just lost connection, so I had to re-log in there, and I missed the question. Would you mind repeating it?
I guess the question is, if I can summarize, is this an ongoing expense? And if it is, would one-time funding from contingency fund it, or would it have to be added to property tax?
I can ask Patrice to jump in on that question.
Okay, thanks. Over to Patrice.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can.
These are on the engineering list. These items are on the ongoing list, so they would need ongoing funding. The contingency is only $2 million. If council were to fund it from contingency, that'd be a permanent reduction in contingency. And as you know, we have reduced that over time, and it's not a very significant amount for things like snow and other things that come up. Alternatively is a tax increase.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So I will just say, we are obviously trying to think of a sports metaphor, but it's not coming to me. We're in the final period of the budget here. And I think it really matters that when we're adding things to the budget, we're clear about how they're going to be funded. It's not clear to me from the answers from the mover of this amendment, as well as from staff, that we could simply pull this from contingency. And considering the low amount that we put into contingency, I don't think that that's a responsible approach right now. So unless the intention were clear that the mover were supportive of increasing the tax rate to cover this, I don't think we can just add things without a source now. And so, well, of course, I would also like to see increased street cleaning. I am working within the real budget that we have, and so I am happy to see the 450,000 here, the additional amount that council approved as a one-time expense earlier this morning, and I won't be supporting this amendment as it's put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just sent in an amendment to this amendment.
And you can't because we're actually on a.
Already
we're
on
actually
an
doing
amendment to
that.
an amendment?
We are.
That is really a drag.
So we can't do that. But anything else on this one?
No, but I will concur with others who have said that there is no attached source of funding for this. I don't like to vote on something where I don't know where the money is going to come from. One of the suggestions was a contingency reserve. I think we've had many discussions as councillors about the vulnerability that reducing our contingency reserve has, especially in the case of aberrant weather, such as the large snow event that we had several years ago, which did put us way over budget. And so I've got great concern about that. I would be quite happy to see this be in the form of coming from a tax increase. I'm not afraid to move beyond a 5% tax increase for needed services, but absent of a source of funding, I will not support.
Thanks so much. And I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote to this amendment to the amendment. Okay, Council, the votes are in there, and this has failed with Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay, Council, we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have about 3 minutes left. Anything else on this item?
Not at this moment, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, anything else on this item or this amendment?
Sorry, Mayor, not at this time, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we're nobody else on the list. I will call a vote on this item. Just waiting for Councillors Hardwick, Dominato, and Kirby-Young. Councillors Dominato and Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, Council, thanks very much. Votes are in, and that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, Council, just a reminder, we're at, or not a reminder, but just an update that we're at 4:10, and we're on the main queue. Councillor Boyle, did you have anything else?
Nothing else for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Up to 5 minutes, and we're on the amended report.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, I do have an amendment, but I'm just wondering if we can take 5 minutes to stretch our legs, grab a glass of water, and so on.
Always welcome to move for a recess at this point. We have about 50 minutes left.
And move for a 3-minute recess?
A 5-minute recess. Oh.
5 minutes.
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay, I'll call yeas and nays. All in favor of 5-minute recess, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, so we're...
Nay.
We got nays? Okay, we'll have to go to recorded vote. So the motion on the floor is to take a 5-minute recess, and well, ask the clerks to call the vote on this one. Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Bly. Okay, that's passed with Councillor Boyle, Swanson, and Fry in opposition. So, Council, it is 4:09. Let's come back at 4:15. We'll see you at 4:15. or 15. That's wishful thinking. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. So I'd like to move an amendment as a new letter to the budget recommendations. If the clerks could bring that up. It was previously circulated today. In brief, this stems from much of the discussion we had earlier around policing and the paradigm shift that we heard. We heard on the one hand the importance of police service within the city and public safety, but we also heard that we need to have a different discussion about what that service looks like as well in the context of mental health, addictions, opiate overdoses, individuals have been marginalized, and so I think that one of the things that we can undertake and at least signal at this time is that given there's the provincial review of the Police Act, that pending that would continue, which I've heard that the province intends to continue that now the election's over. That our staff be directed to convene a series of meetings with the Vancouver Police Board and Management, Vancouver Coastal Health, local community and social service providers to review ultimately the findings that come from that review, as well as what that means for our own service delivery framework and funding model for policing and health response in the context of those provincial findings. I think it's really critical to have that discussion, and council members talked about the importance of having a plan, of having that dialogue, the collaboration about rethinking, reimagining, but I do think it needs to be done holistically. It needs to be done in concert with the province. And so this is to signal that, given it has been an enormous part of the budget discussions this year.
Thanks so much. I'm going to stop your timer here, Councillor Dominato. I just want to make sure first that Councillor Kirby-Yung and Councillor Dejanova are back on, and whether or not, just to give them a chance to see if they want to participate in this debate.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Kirby-Yung. I have actually, I'm just messaging and waiting for a response with legal, who said that they need a few moments to. Oh, I just got a response now, and I'm getting an information that says yes, it is okay.
Okay, so do we have a second? Okay.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Great. Okay, thanks. So we're in Amendment Q1. Does anybody want to speak to this? Please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
In light of what we've been hearing, this makes perfect sense. Having said that, it has no cents or dollars associated with it, which is interesting that we're putting an amendment in that doesn't have any direct financial implication. But I do think it speaks to the larger context of our discussions about coordination in dealing with the issues that are being broadly dealt with under the banner of defund the police, which I think is a misnomer. Yeah, I see no reason not to support it. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too will be supporting this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Dominato, for bringing this forward. I think that this is exactly the kind of work which we talked about this summer in terms of the work needed to shift the way we deliver some of the services from police to providers who just are more appropriate in terms of their training and background on specific kinds of issues, especially things like mental health issues. So I'm very happy to support.
Councillor Swanson. You might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
In some ways, this duplicates the motion that we passed in July about decriminalizing poverty, but it doesn't include the people who are police. So I sent in an amendment to this M, we can look at it, where I tried to insert the groups who are policed and people who are homeless, use drugs, do sex work, and have mental health issues, so that we do stay with the principle of nothing about us without us when we're talking about these things. I think we come up with a better result when we do that. And it complies with our oath of office, which requires us to give special attention to people who are vulnerable.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Well, I was estimating about 10 in this meeting for this, but you know, we're at 7 right now. So I'm going to have to wait for legal. They're just reviewing at the moment. Maybe Councillor Kirby-Young has different information, but I think she and I are on the same thread with legal. So I was hoping you'd indulge me in a 2-minute recess, Mr. Mayor.
It's really your call, Councillor Dejanova.
I'd like to move for a 2-minute recess, Mr. Mayor.
You can move for a 2-minute recess if you'd like. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Second.
Councillor Hardwick. Okay, all those in favor of a 2-minute recess say yay.
We don't.
Well, do you have an answer, Councillor?
I do. Legal's getting very fast at this.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm fine to stay in. I understand.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you to Councillor Swanson for the addition. And absolutely, what I hear is that the importance of individuals with lived experience being part of this discourse, and absolutely, and so it's a welcome addition to that conversation. And so, thank you for that. And I'm
great. Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we'll call a vote to this Councillor Dominato's amendment to Councillor Swanson's. Sorry, Councillor Swanson's amendment to Councillor Dominato's amendment. Councillor Dejanova?
I voted once, but I'll vote again on screen. Again, Mr. Mayor, it shows in favor.
Thanks so much, Council. So that's passed unanimously. We're going back to the original. Councillor Swanson, do you have anything else to add?
Nope.
Okay, thanks. And we're, Councillor Dominato, we're back to you with...
Nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, now we'll call a vote on the... we'll call a vote on this amended amendment. There we go. Thanks. If clerks could pull that up. We've got a unanimously in favor there. So back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else with the 2.5 minutes?
No, nothing further right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I think that's a holdover, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Also a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I submitted an amendment to the clerk.
Okay. Just waiting for the clerks to pull that up. Do you want to just explain as we're
yeah, sure. It's basically highlighting. We talked a lot about various initiatives that we'd like to see and things that we simply can't afford. So it's really highlighting the safe restart money that we were expecting on a per capita funding basis from the federal government, and asking you, the mayor, to submit a letter to the federal government and the provincial government talking about that specifically and highlighting that the per capita funding formula that we were counting on to support a lot of the services that we do here in the city of Vancouver.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We've got the amendment queue now. If anybody would like to speak to this. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I can call a vote on this amendment. Councillor Kirby-Young, Hardwick, and Dejanova. Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. Thanks, Council. Councillor Fry, anything else?
Nope, that's good for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle, you have 3 minutes left, and I believe you, it was Councillor Carr, I think, who moved the motion, but Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I'll be brief. I know we have a hard stop at 5 p.m. So I just want to say in concluding this budget that I feel proud of a number of the investments that this council is making. We know that the impacts of COVID have widened existing divides across the city and have impacted us in unequal ways. And there are a number of ways in which I think this budget really clearly exemplifies what we've heard across the country, people talking about building back better, about a just recovery that lifts up those most impacted. And I am proud to see this budget reflect those asks in a number of the investments that we have made, including in equity and anti-racism work, including in investments in community services that people really rely on. So appreciate the significant amount of work that went into this budget from the staff end since July and earlier, and in all of the folks who participated in the budget surveying that happened, who signed up to speak to council. This has been a very challenging budget, as I think we all recognize, and I am proud of a number of the places that we have landed on it, and look forward to the ways we can continue to prioritize those most impacted as we look at the recovery across Vancouver from this pandemic and what our city looks like going forward. That's all for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor
Point of privilege, Mayor. It's
yes,
Councillor Dominato. I appreciate that councillors are, I think, maybe giving some concluding remarks, but I'm wondering if Mayor and Council can get a full copy of the recommendations as amended and with any updates reflecting changes made today prior to any severing and voting.
Yes, we're absolutely working on that, Councillor Dominato, and we're just checking now I've been kind of jabbering back and forth with the clerk about where we are in that, and when we get to the end of these concluding remarks, unless there could be other amendments still, once we get finished with them, I'll update you on where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, can I just jump in real quick?
Go ahead, City Manager.
We probably need about 10 minutes to pull the final wording together and do all the addition here of what's been changed today.
I'm just conscious there still may be amendments, so I just want to get through and then we can close off the list. Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson. You're on mute. Councillor Swanson.
Sorry,
that's
just
okay.
in hopes that there aren't any more amendments, I'll make some concluding remarks. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers, especially the ones who are people who are policed and who came to us and talked about the need to have community-led services instead of police for safety. I really want to thank you. I think there are some good things in here. I hope we can keep the 300,000 for the decriminalizing poverty motion that passed in July. It looks like it's here. I hope that work will go on and be transformational so that we can get a plan so that we do start reducing police funding and putting that money into community-led services. That's my best hope, and I hope we can actually do it rather than stall on it. I'm glad we have money for Indigenous languages and equity and the murdered, missing, and women and girls and the Red Women Rising report. It's been over a year since those came out, and it's really time that we start actually implementing those recommendations. I'm glad we have money for our advisory committee expenses and for Indigenous planning and for the Downtown East Side Fire Medic truck. We have money in there for climate work, for street cleaning. We've been assured that the money to do the work on our motions to protect tenants is in the budget. If I were the king, I'd put a lot more in for housing. I'm not too worried about the 5% property tax increase, although I don't really like it. But there are lots of categories of people who can defer property taxes if they need to. But the thing is, cities definitely need a better source of revenue than flat property taxes, where every property owner pays the same rate, regardless of if they own a $70 million mansion or a $400,000 condo. Cities need the ability to use progressive taxes so we can deal with all of the issues that are being thrown at us right now, especially homelessness. So I'm hoping that all you folks out there who think that 5% increase is unfair will talk to your MLAs and MPs and push them to change the Vancouver Charter so we too can levy taxes that are fair and that target the people who can afford to pay the most. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. We're going to Councillor Weeb next. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, yeah. This is for like COVID year and the discussions we've had and the speakers we've had. This has been it's been a very difficult process. However, when you go back and look at what's included in this budget, it's unbelievable. Our zero waste programs back up. We're ensuring that there's funding for arts and culture. We're ensuring the Vancouver plan has the funding it needs to properly talk to our communities. We're recognizing the importance of doing a development process redesign. We're supporting small business. We are ensuring that parks have the funding to continue to operate, recognizing their increased importance in these times of COVID and social distancing, as well as the public works work that's happening to ensure we increase our green infrastructure and sewer separation. And a lot of the other programs that continue to push equity are real push here for decolonization and reconciliation. So there's a lot of amazing positions that are hired throughout the city, as well as mental health supports and others. So I'm very supportive of this budget, and I really appreciate all the work staff's done in every department to find ways to cut where we can, but to ensure that we can deliver on the promises we've made to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. About 3.5 minutes. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to close on it, so I'll just go to the end of the list.
Councillor Hardwick.
Well, the country, the province, the city are in the second wave of a pandemic that has interrupted private and public organizations and disrupted many lives. Unemployment is high and many people are struggling to make ends meet. Many private sector businesses, and especially those that are public facing, are suffering financially. And the pressure on the private sector and the public is expected to continue well into 2021. Many businesses have or will likely fail as this uncertainty continues. And the pandemic has had a significant impact on the city of Vancouver. Many of our revenue sources have declined significantly. Public buildings and services have been closed or curtailed. Over 1,800 staff, I think, in the end, were furloughed for some or all of the last 9 months. And in order to ensure a balance of our 2020 financial operations, the city is going to have to draw heavily on reserves. So that brings us to this budget, and the tax increase that we're dealing with here is a balancing item in the budget, and it has the most impact on property owners. So council established earlier this year a ceiling of 5% as the target, and what we're dealing with currently in balancing this budget is a 5% increase, but an offset of $57 million of reserves. When we originally agreed on the 5%, at the time, I argued that we should not be pushing for more than cost of living, which is roughly 2%. But at the time, that was defeated. And as we know, the council agreed on 5%. And here we are, more than 9 months later now, in a deepening and serious financial situation. So I'm concerned that we are spending money on new things. I share enthusiasm for a lot of the projects that have been put forward, but I'm also mindful that finding balance is extremely difficult, and now is not the time, in my opinion, to be going out and taking on new things that are going to add extra expense to the city. This is already unaffordable, and we're in the deepest part, I think, now of the pandemic. 2021 does not represent a business as usual scenario, and it's going to be very difficult for people to deal with. And, you know, from my perspective, I was elected to be very mindful of the public purse, to ensure that we are protecting public assets and are managing things carefully and in good conscience. I could not be spending money, the public funds, on things that we are looking to approve here today. Again, I've quoted a couple of times today Bonnie Henry's "Not forever, but for now." We're not out the end of the end of this thing, and I really don't think it's the right time for us to be looking at spending more money and taking more money from our taxpayers who are and people across the city, because just because you don't own property doesn't mean you're not going to be affected by property tax increases. You will. And all of this just in aggregate is continuing to make it more and more difficult to afford to live in this city. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of closing comments on this budget, I actually am really concerned about where we've ended up here, because I think we have a very worrying trend towards higher and higher tax increases in the city of Vancouver, and I think it's putting us on an unsustainable fiscal path. If you look, pursuant to the staff presentation, at the average tax increase over the last 10 years in the city of Vancouver, it averaged about 3%. However, if you look at the 2 years under this council, we had sort of an aggregate tax increase of 6.05% for 2019, which is our first budget, 7.69% in 2020. And I believe the only reason that we have limited it to 5% is because of the public outcry and pushback, and the fact that it is a pandemic year. When you really delve into looking at how this budget is delivered, it required significant drawdowns from reserves in over 2 years, with $34 million for the current year that we're in and another 57 for next year. If you add that up, you're about $90 million. You're looking at least 1 to 2% tax increase on top of what we're going to have to deliver to sustain city services in order to build back some of that reserve. And I'm concerned that it's not sustainable. I'm also concerned with the approach to how this budget was built, because sometimes you need to prioritize. And I feel like this is an attempt to try to not want to sort of make some of the tough decisions and say no, but try to say yes to everything and not do everything well and effectively. And I go back to sort of being guided by what did the residents of Vancouver and the small businesses tell us. And they told us in the budget survey that the most important things to them were delivery of core services, affordability, housing and homelessness, and the economy. And there are some variations amongst age groups, but clearly in younger demographics, the affordability, housing and homelessness stood out. Economy was common, and so were core services, interestingly. And so I think when we have such significant issues, such as the encampments at Strathcona, when we have significant issues like the fact that a lot of our small businesses will probably not make it through the holiday season, and likely many of them will have to close their doors, when we have people that are out of work or have reduced incomes and are struggling, it makes a significant difference to people. And I think I would rather have seen an approach as opposed to this sort of let's try to trim 1 or 2% across all departments, of focusing in and saying where are our core and our greatest needs. We didn't, for example, get to significantly adding to park rangers, which would have been a great help to the park board. And we've seen our park usage go up dramatically during the pandemic. We can only assume that will continue. We have put things into the budget that don't necessarily make sense to me, like $72,000 to support advisory councils, when we're not likely to even get anybody back, meeting in person, to utilize some of those line items until next fall, given the COVID restrictions and the amount of time it's going to take to inoculate everybody with a vaccine. So this to me is not a pandemic response budget. We heard from McKinsey & Co. That they recommended taking a conservative approach. We heard Grace Chang from Citibankers Finance Department in one of the earlier finance presentations, commenting that we needed to take a conservative fiscal approach and that we should be endeavoring not to draw down from reserves as much. Even staff made that recommendation, but essentially put a shopping list of $8 million on the table for council, but their recommendation was that we go towards topping up those reserves. So I have great difficulty in supporting the operating budget for that reason, because I think that we've got a lot of little drabs in little pots that aren't going to yield the results, versus if we really focused our efforts and said, let's try to deal with housing affordability to the best that we can. Let's try to do the most that we can to get people out of encampments and homelessness. Let's try to invest the maximum that we can in street cleaning, which is unprecedented when we see the need that's increasing around service calls. It has been going up consistently for 3 years, not during the pandemic. It's clearly an ongoing and a long-term trend, and I don't see the type of facility to that. And at the same time here, and I didn't vote on it, but I can comment it, we're cutting core services in specific areas like public safety. So it doesn't make sense to me in terms of aligning our spend with what our residents of different age demographics and our small businesses said. And make no mistake, this does not only impact property owners, this impacts renters as well. I have heard from people in the rental industry who are getting out of it and either doing projects in other cities or looking to do strata because they said it doesn't make sense for them to do rental anymore because their costs that they cannot recover in terms of keeping those buildings maintained and homes for people. So I'm not going to be able to support the operating budget.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, you've got about 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But first of all, may I just move to extend past 5 to complete this item?
You can. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second.
Thanks. All in favor of extension past 5 to finish, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so we're going to move to a vote, council, on this extension. Just waiting for councillors Boyle, Bly, and Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young. There we go. Council, that has passed, so we are extended. And I understand, Councillor Carr, these are your closing comments, and councillors keep popping in and out of the queue, so I'm going to just move you down to the end. And
yeah, and if you could just perhaps recapture the time it took for that vote, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So I do just see you on the queue, Councillor Carr, now.
Okay.
No.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
It's a point of procedure, really, but I'm experiencing some technical difficulties here with my panel, and I'd like to reboot my computer. So that's what I am trying to do here.
Well, I've got you on the list now, so if you want,
I understand.
we will be having Councillor Dejanova. Let me finish. We will be having a recess shortly in order to. Once we have the final calculations that are coming, so that should give you time to reboot. But if you want to use your 5 minutes now. I do not
want to use my 5 minutes at the moment.
Okay.
Because it's hard while I'm trying to reboot.
Councillor Carr, it's up to you. Over to you, Councillor Carr, up to 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Great. Thank you. First of all, let me thank staff for preparing us for this budget. I think that's been the most thorough preparation of the 9 years of being on council, and I really appreciate all the effort that was put into giving us the information that we needed to vote clearly on things. And I want to thank the speakers because I've never been in a budget process either previously that had so many people come out to speak. And I want to thank, in general, the public. And Councillor Kirby-Young talked about a 3% increase over the last 3 years or the last 10 years average. But, you know, that tax increase didn't do what was needed. We increased homelessness. We increased housing unaffordability. We didn't cope with major crises like the opioid crisis. We didn't make the progress we needed to on climate action. So, you know, I think we have as councillors to think about the bigger picture. Are we moving forward the way we should? And yes, the ask of 5% is going to be hard for some, but I do want people to think about what you are gaining for the city in that regard, and know that for an average condo owner, that'd be $64 extra, $5 extra a month. For an average homeowner, single family homeowner, it'd be an extra $12 a month. And I'm hoping you see the value in that. It's been a tough year. Revenues, as we know, down, closures of our facilities, our staff temporarily laid off or furloughed. We didn't fill vacancies, a lot of stress. I just commend our staff so much for everything they've put into keeping the city going and keeping our services going. Our budget reflects our real core values, our core services, housing, equity, reconciliation, climate, and support for the economy, because our businesses have been so hit as well. So in this budget, I believe that we are achieving movement forward in a stronger way than I have ever seen. And it is a time when I think people should be thinking about the kind of city we really want Vancouver to be as we move out of COVID. And this budget helps move us there in terms of equity and reconciliation and climate action and good core services. So, and complete neighborhoods. So I'm very much hoping that people will understand the need is great in this year. It might be a little hard, but in the end, if we think about our children, their children, the people who live here now, the businesses that operate now, and those in the future, this budget moves us in such a positive direction.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, about 2.5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd also like to acknowledge the public, the residents who participated in all of the surveys as part of the budget process, as well as who wrote Mayor and Council and participated by speaking online. And also to our staff, I appreciate there's an enormous amount of work that goes into these budget preparations. Like some of my colleagues, I also have concerns about the path we're on, and what I see is an unsustainable path, and I do not see any effort or shift to change that path and where we are going. And I speak back to a number of the financial forecasting frameworks that have been delivered by the city over the last number of years, and they've identified the increasing gap between revenues and expenditures. And I think we are perpetuating that unsustainability, and the costs are cumulative. While we can talk about, well, the average homeowner or average renter may experience these costs, there is a cumulative impact as well for residents, and I think we need to think about that in terms of affordability, which was one of the top identified issues across age demographics, including housing, but it's not just about housing, and also around the services that people just expect to have and to access as part of the day-to-day living quality of life. And there are certainly things we simply can't delegate elsewhere that we are simply responsible for. As I said earlier, we can advocate for more funding for housing, but there are certain things we're responsible for. And so I'm concerned that when it comes down to the actual budgets and the reduction of 1% across the departments, that didn't consider that some departments are more front-facing, like engineering and responsibility for public realm. And that was something that the residents told us was a priority for them. There are also some good things in this budget, but I do think it, again, doesn't reflect all of residents' needs and what we're hearing about priorities for this city. And so I won't be supporting the operating budget.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I just wanted to add a couple of thoughts as I've listened to other councillors share their closing comments on something that we haven't heard, I think, is around so for example, when we look at the overall tax rate and we quote, it's $100 extra or $146, or that I very much think that is undermining or sort of invalidating the very real pressures that our small business and our residents of the city, both renters, property owners, across the board. And I had an interesting conversation with a business owner who, after looking at the budget document, noticed that it talked about $5,000 per year for small businesses, an average size small business at 5%. And that person said, there's just no way. My property taxes are probably like $30,000 a year. And they went back and looked at it, and the city does levy a number of other fees, that user fees, utilities, and other tax authorities. And so I think what we have to get into perspective is that we are just one piece of a much bigger picture, where there are small businesses and there are people that work with those small businesses across the city, that there are large organizations and small that are still planning hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of layoffs starting in January. And so I just think that although there are so many important pieces to this budget about the work moving forward, I couldn't not make a comment to reflect those that are in the city who are struggling, who have houses, who have families, who have lost their jobs because of the pandemic, and who are now literally watching that $146 to either pay for groceries or to continue childcare so that they can continue working. We cannot not be in this discussion and not name that that is a very real reality for a number of people that live in our city. So they may never access the services that we're funding, but that doesn't mean that they don't need to be recognized and reflected in the way that we approach and talk about how we fund our city. This is not our money. We are absolutely stewards of the public purse, and with that comes an immense responsibility. It's not for us to take that amount of money and go shop it around. We have to be extremely responsible for what we do and how we spend it. And I think that the mayor set this motion, or this tax rate at 5%, and my hope was that the middle ground would be below that 5%, and I have been pretty clear about that since the beginning, as a way to reflect some moderation here. And at that time, we actually didn't know we were going into a pandemic. I believe that motion was moved before we even knew the ramifications of COVID-19 across the city and across the world. So I'll be voting accordingly. Unlikely to support the operating budget. I do appreciate the speakers coming to speak. I do recognize there are very important initiatives. One that stands out to me is the sex worker drop-in on Kingsway. These are life safety initiatives that have to be funded, but there's so much in this budget that if you said, could you wait a year? That group or organization could say, yes, we can. And we haven't done that, in my opinion, to the extent that we ought to. So that will be reflected in how I vote, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a somewhat better connection right now, so but still cannot get video. My apologies. I appreciate the work of staff on this. I know that you don't take your work lightly, and I know that as soon as this budget is passed, you will start working on the next budget, and that it's not something that you pick up in a report that is brought to council. It's something that you invest all of your time into, and that you take very seriously. And I want to thank you for that. That being said, some of council's decisions have shaped this budget, and I do have concern when I hear from people in the city of Vancouver. And when I consider vulnerable and marginalized people, those include people who don't have the time to talk to us, who simply don't know where to find us or can't reach out to us because they're just trying to get by. And that was true last year, but it's more true this year. In the pandemic, we have seen all sorts of issues. We have seen issues with physical distancing. We've seen issues where we have, as a city, had to make some tough choices that affected our staff, and that's not something that I take lightly. This is something that across our city, when we consider affordability and how are we going to keep the lights on, how are we going to maintain those core services, what are we going to do? And I really think the theme of this budget needs to be, in Dr. Bonnie Henry's words, we need to be kind, be safe, and be calm. And I'm not sure that this hits all the right marks for me on the operating side. Because when we look at this budget, it's been noted that, and Councillor Bly mentioned a 5% increase specifically. This is actually a 12%. This is 12%, but we are looking at reserves for some of that. We're taking some from we are increasing taxes by 5%, but let's be completely upfront about the fact that there's 12% that needs to be accounted for in this budget. And that being said, we may have more additional expenses we're not even sure of. As we've heard today, things could get worse here in our province and in our city. And I think that as a major city in Canada, we have to consider how bad that could get. And when I think about sort of the fiscal responsibility and the role of the city of Vancouver, there's a lot of things I'd like to do, but there's a lot of things that I'd like to do that that don't necessarily involve city council. To some of the comments that were made by other councillors about advocating for more money to the federal government, how do we do that when we've already downloaded the costs on ourselves? We've put our hands up and said we would pay for this, and there's other municipalities that will hold the line and press forward and not do that. I think more now than ever, people need us to deliver not only on those core services. And, when we think about property taxpayers, it's not just homeowners who live in mansions. We're talking about renters who are affected by this. We're talking about tax increases that far exceed the amount that you can increase rent each year. So I'm just waiting to see how many people are unfortunately evicted. And I'm sure a councillor, like clockwork, will bring a motion on that. But this is where we make the decisions that matter, that affect people. This is where the core services that we promise to deliver, and I do believe they are stated in our charter. I believe there's services for public safety. It clearly states that for sewage, for water, for zoning and development. And I think we have to consider what is our role in that. In zoning and development, it's on the permit side, it's on the zoning side. We can do a little more if we have some extra left over. I think it's great that we can do a few things here and there with veterans parking. And I thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing forward the Attorney General motion that I think will serve our city very well. And I'm very happy to see funded. That being said, I'm extremely concerned with where this is going to take us and where we're going to end up next year when we're looking to ask people to contribute to the reserves. And again, we're just going to put ourselves deeper and deeper in debt. When I think about our
just 10 seconds.
our survey and the way that we engaged with people, it just simply wasn't enough. So for those reasons, I won't be able to vote for the operating budget this time around, and I hope we'll think carefully about the costs that we're downloading on the public in Vancouver.
Thank you, Council. So that's it for the queue for speakers, and so now we're going to move to voting.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
I just need another 2 minutes to compile the changes so that it's easier for council to see, and then we'll broadcast that on the projector.
Okay, so Council, why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Point of privilege?
Can I finish, Councillor Dejanova? Take a 5-minute recess, and then you have had the amendments and the final changes by staff emailed to you. So if you could look at those for your consideration, but also before we vote, we would be marking the ones for conflict that we need to make sure people are excused from. Councillor Dejanova?
Procedure. Mr. Mayor, I'm just very aware of the time and that it's 4:59 p.m. and there was not unanimous consent to extend this meeting. So for that reason, I'd like to ask you what happens when we do hit 5 p.m.
Well, we had a motion to extend.
But I understood that even though there was a motion to extend and it passed, decision can't move forward without unanimous consent at the end of when a meeting is scheduled. Is that not correct, Mr. Mayor?
I'll just check with the clerks. Just 1 second, please. Sorry, Councillor Dejanova, that only applies to when it's 10 p.m.
Okay, so it doesn't apply to the end of the meeting that's scheduled?
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay. I don't see that in the point of or the procedure bylaw, Mr. Mayor.
just check with the clerks.
Thanks.
I have a point of privilege also, Mr. Mayor. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay.
I'm looking at the email from the clerk, and I hope it's the correct one, the last email that came in, but the lettering seemed to go from A to F, and there seems to be clauses missing. So I just want to, can we get clarification so we're reviewing the right document?
Yeah, they what was sent to you were the A and I calculations. Any kind of numerical changes were sent to you in these forms, but now you will have the final budget document has just been sent to you, which puts those all in order, and that's what will be calculated on screen. So they have marked those out.
And we
and
have
so,
5 minutes to review that, or how long?
well, we have been debating it all afternoon, so the numbers in A and I really have very modest changes, and the property tax rate has not changed at 5%. So I'll give you 5-minute recess to review that, and most importantly, though, to just those councillors who have conflicts to just identify where you'll be voting and where you won't be voting. So it's 5:01 according to my clock. Let's come back at 5:06. Thanks, Council. My clock says 5:06. So I've asked the clerks to bring the votes up on screen. And we're just going to go straight through the letters in order. And I would suggest that if you have a conflict on a particular letter or like it's severed, then you should do so when we get to that letter. So I'm going to call the vote.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of
A.
information.
I'm on the queue for a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor.
We don't do points of information at the moment, Councillor
Point of
Dejanova.
parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I was literally trying to talk to Law, who was reviewing where things were finally at, and I did not have what I would feel was enough time to properly make sure and confirm that those parts are sectioned out. So I'd just like to confirm with the clerk that the clerk has received that information from Law, and maybe Councillor Kirby-Yung and I'm not sure if Councillor Kirby-Yung would indulge me in another 2-minute recess. For those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying really, really hard here to participate.
Yes, it's really up to you, councillors, on whether or not you vote on a letter, and that's kind of where we're at. Really, very little has changed except for a few items within individual letters. So your previous advice should apply to where you are now. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you had a point of privilege?
Oh, yeah, my point of privilege was just to clarify that we are voting separately on each clause, and we
Absolutely.
don't need to cover specific clauses. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm gonna pull us through votes A, B, C, D, E, all the way through to L individually, and so and if you need to sever within those letters, then you can do so when we get to that letter. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I just want
Okay,
to clarify
thanks.
that.
Great. Okay, so let's start with A. And if anybody's going to recuse themselves, please do so now. Otherwise, I will ask the clerks to trigger the voting queue.
Mr. Mayor, point of privilege, do you mean on the entirety of the recommendations you'd like me to announce that, or are you suggesting at the time of the clause?
Just said as the B as, so A is all that's under consideration for vote right now. And so if you have any problems with A in terms of conflict, you should state that now and recuse yourself, or if you would like particular portions of it severed.
I see Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. I'm going to let her go first.
No, we're actually calling the vote now.
Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young's not on the queue? Okay.
I'm not doing the queues now. I'm just doing verbal because we're only in points of order and points of privilege. Okay, so we're voting on this. Councillor Bly and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, Council. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, so that vote is on screen. Now we're going to move to clerks. If you can just pull up the, we don't have B, that was struck, so we're moving to C now. And just wait for the clerks to pull that C up on the screen. So C. Okay, this is the empty home stacks vote. So I'm going to ask the clerks. Yep. Councillor Dominato and Councillor Dejanova. Great, thanks so much. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We'll have, before we trigger the voting queue, I'll ask the clerks to pull a letter D up on screen.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor Weeb. It's actually
privilege. Yeah, I need oh, privilege. I need D1, D1 and D2 severed out so that I can vote. I will have to Declare. Like I spoke before, for the reasons previously stated, out of abundance of caution, I will not be voting on D1 and D2.
Okay.
I'll be declaring or recuse myself from those votes.
Okay, so we're going to vote on D1 and D2 in one vote, and then we'll vote on D3 as a separate vote. So I'm going to call the vote on D1 and D2. Councillor Dejanova? Councillor Dejanova, we need you to vote. Councillor Dejanova, we need you to vote. Clerk says Councillor Dejanova on the line.
Mr. Mayor, I've just switched over the cellular network. Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Need you to
Yes,
vote on this.
I may need a vote assist. Let me just see. Nope,
Okay.
I've got it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks. And that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you. So now we're going to move, as whenever the clerks are ready, we're going to pull up D3 on the screen. There we go. So D3 is on the public screen. That's what we're voting on now. Councillor Bly, Dominato, and Dejanova. Councillors Bly, Dominato, and Dejanova. Need you to vote. Sir Dominato and Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, I need you to vote on this one. Okay, that passes, thanks, with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. We're moving to E now.
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I'd like to move to sever on E, all three parts.
Right. So I'm just going to check with the clerk on that. We would sever at least. Just waiting for the clerks to let me know. I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if we can. Sometimes we can't sever because they're dependent on one another. So I'm just making sure that we. Okay, so we need to vote on small letter A, small letter B before we vote on E.
And point of privilege, it's Councillor Kirby-Young.
Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Due to the previously stated conflict, I will not vote on EA, but I am advised I can vote on EB.
Okay. And as well as the main paragraph would be E, I imagine.
So the paragraph would go with which clause then? Would be?
We will. So we're going to vote on small letter A first, small letter B second, and then we would have to return and go to big letter E at the end.
I may have to seek legal advice because legal had advised that there would only be 2 votes on EA and EB. So we would have to seek further legal counsel on the 3rd vote.
Councillor Dominato asked for the 3 paragraphs to be severed. So there would be 3.
Well, unfortunately, will require, I think, further consultation with legal.
Move for a 5-minute recess.
Just one second. I'm reading the. I actually think we can do how I would sever it to accommodate you, I think, would be to vote on A separately and then E and E, the large paragraph E and the large paragraph B together in one.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Just one second. I'm just waiting for the clerks to. Just waiting for the clerks here.
We'll need a separate vote on EA, I understand from law.
That's right. So EA would be that's right. Okay, so EA would be the first vote. That's the one in which the conflict applies, and then large letter E and then small letter B together in one vote. So the first vote will be, if the clerks could highlight it, the first vote would be on the A paragraph. They're just highlighting that now. There you go. So we're voting on EA as a separate vote. Councillor Bly?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councillor DeGenova, are we voting on EA or voting on EA later?
We're voting on EA right now, and that's where the declared conflict
I have
is.
declared a conflict.
That's right.
May I state it again, or did you want me to, or do I need to?
I think we're
Great,
good.
thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we've marked you as declared conflict,
Thank you.
and that has passed unanimously. The next vote is on the highlighted green section, the large E, and the, or the clerks are going to mark this now in purple. I think that's purple or fuchsia. Oops, that is the result of the vote. Now we're going back to the second vote, which is E, that's what's highlighted in purple.
Mr. Mayor, E subsection what exactly? Pardon my language?
Oh, can you not see your screen?
No,
So you
Mr.
can
Mayor, I cannot because of my technical difficulties.
Okay, so we're looking at the large letter E, that's subject to subsection A and B below, as well as B, that's subject to approval of EA above. Council approves blah, blah, blah.
So I've conflicted out of that. Of E small section A, correct?
That's right. We've already voted on that, and you've been marked as in conflict.
And also E small section B, which I had previously declared a conflict on.
It's up to you on that one.
I am choosing to move forward with E small section B as declaring a conflict.
Okay, so we'll mark you in conflict. Okay, and that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, so clerks are going to pull up the next letter, which is F. So we're going to vote on F. Councillor Hardwick. Thank you. That's passed with none in opposition. I'm going to move now to G. Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Dominato. Council, there we go. That has passed unanimously. Thank you, Council.
And on a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask for reconsideration of a letter in a subsection, as I hadn't had time to review it. And I noted that law had sent me a note that I think was meant we were going back and forth. So would the appropriate time to do that be now or later?
I believe that, I'm just going to confer with the clerk later.
I realize it would need to be unanimous. Yes.
Yeah, it'll have to be. Okay. So we'll continue voting through, and then we'll ask for reconsideration. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so Council, we're on the next letter once the clerks pull it up. There we go. So next is the property endowment fund vote H. It's waiting for Councillor Dominato. That's passed unanimously. Going on to I. Councillor Dominato, Swanson, and Dejanova. Thanks so much. That has passed with Councillors Kirby Young, Bly, Dominato, Hardwick, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, clerks. Moving on to J. We're going to vote J as a whole. Councillor Bly, Boyle, Hardwick, and Dejanova. Councillor Hardwick in opposition, but that has passed. Letter K. Councillor Dominato and Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Thanks. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. And the letter L. Councillors Bly and Kirby Young. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Letter M. Councillor Swanson and Dejanova. There we go. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. And letter N, I believe. Letter N. And that has passed with none in opposition. Okay, Council. So
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
Yes, my apologies.
No problem.
I'm just, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to confirm that I believe it was, I'm trying to scroll up here, it's section E, yes, and it's subsection B.
Yep.
Yes, that I had not voted on and I had declared a conflict on.
Yep.
And that was an incorrect section that I had declared a conflict on earlier that had since been separated into three paragraphs instead of two. Well, I wanted to state that for the record, so I'd like to ask for reconsideration.
Sure. Do you have a seconder for that?
Second.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we need a vote. That's right. So we voted on E and EB together. So this would be a revote on E and EB.
Mr. Mayor? as long as I understand that the section that I had declared before, that I'm still
A.
EA. Yes, just wanted to make sure it was E.
That's
and
right.
E and subsection B. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to call a verbal vote on this reconsideration motion. All in favor of reconsideration, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Great, so I'll have the clerks trigger the voting mechanism, and we'll vote again on large letter E, with which is attached to
B.
Subclause B.
Thank you.
Okay, that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Hardwick in opposition.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
It's Councillor DeGenova. I was in opposition. I had marked opposition on my panel here. That's specifically why I had asked to reconsider the vote.
Okay, can the clerks change that? Or are we locked in?
And Mr. Mayor, at noon
clerks
tomorrow, IT is going to be helping me with my technical difficulties.
Okay, so we so that will be changed in the record, although it's showing on screen, Councillor Dejanova, you're in favor. That will be changed in the voting record. That the clerk has just sent me a note.
It will be changed
Yeah, it
to
will be.
show in opposition.
That's right, in opposition.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can that be point of information or procedure, I guess, Councillor
Sure.
Kirby? Can that be displayed on screen? We typically do our best to do that.
To do which?
We typically do our best to display the results on screen. Is there no way that it could be displayed on screen?
No, because Councillor, for some reason, Councillor Dejanova was shown on screen as in favor, where she's really opposed. Councillor's opposed, so that will be recorded in the minutes that way. Okay, Council, so we're at the end of this vote, and we just extended to complete this portion, so we'll need a motion to recess.
Motion to recess.
Okay, thanks. I'm just, yes, go ahead, Councillor, sorry, go ahead, clerks.
Just to confirm, the last vote was only for E. Is that the intent for council to vote E and EB together? Same as before? Okay, great, thanks.
Okay. So, so clerks, can you just let me know when we're reconvening to finish the remainder of the council business?
Mayor Stewart, we would reconvene on Thursday at 9:30.
Okay, so I need a motion to recess until Thursday at 9:30.
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks.
Second,
Councillor Carr. Thank you.
Point of information or point of procedure on that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is it not possible to refer the outstanding items to the committee tomorrow?
No, because we still have to do the 2-minute introduction and questions, and still have to go through all the votes of referral.
Unless council chooses to waive.
Well, we've done
that before.
Sorry, the recess was only extended to end this to end this item, and we do have a public hearing starting in 29 minutes, and it's the same clerk staff that has to do that meeting.
Okay, so we don't have an option to refer the business to the committee?
We don't, because we've just run it, frankly, just run out of time. So we would reconvene on Thursday at 9:30.
Could I make a move now to refer the items to the committee tomorrow?
You can't because we have to go through each item to enter them onto the floor of the chamber, and they have to be both seconded and then the motion to move them has to be seconded. It does take.
I was just trying to save the clerks and council a day, but thank you.
Right, and we are recessed. We are recessed, folks. Okay, we don't really have them because we're recessed, but I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
I just have a quick question, Mayor, about the if the motions have speakers, and I'm just wondering when they'll be moved to, knowing that they normally go to committee.
They would be moved to the following committee.
In January?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thanks.
City Manager, did I hear?
When does the public hearing start?
Well, I was going to suggest, but we need to start it at 6, but by law we have a half an hour leeway. So I would suggest we come in at 6:15, which would give us enough time to get up and rolling and clerks time to catch their breath. So we'd reconvene in public hearing at 6:15.
And final point of procedure, Mr. Mayor, we haven't voted on moving to recess at this point.
We did actually with Councillor Carr's motion was to, we haven't voted. We have vote to recess, yes.
I didn't hear us take a vote on that. Can we check with the clerk? Because I didn't vote on that.
We did a verbal vote.
I did not vote.
It was just a verbal vote.
So I'm voting, I didn't have a chance to vote on that. And I would vote in opposition.
Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote on recessing then. Right, as we're voting. Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote on recessing now and reconvening Thursday at 9:30. Councillor Dejanova, Fry, Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
I think Councillor Boyle had to leave for child care duties.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. I think we did do a verbal vote. That's the problem. Okay. Council, we just have 2 in opposition on this, so the votes would matter. So we're actually going to hit a hard start at 6 o'clock anyway. So we are recessed until Thursday at 9:30, and we will see you at 6:15 to start the public hearing. Thanks so much, staff and clerks and everybody, for all your work today, and thanks, Council, for hanging in there. Great. Thanks again.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks all staff.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.